Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan merupakan satu dari 10 fakultas yang dimiliki Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang. Visi FKIP menjadi fakultas keguruan dan ilmu pendidikan yang terkemuka di dalam pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, dan seni bertaraf internasional berdasarkan nilai-nilai Islam. Terdapat 6 program studi di bawah naungan FKIP, yaitu Pendidikan Bahasa Indonesia, Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris, Pendidikan Biologi, Pendidikan Matematika, Pendidikan Pancasila dan Kewarganegaraan, dan Pendidikan Guru Sekolah Dasar yang memiliki profil lulusan utama sebagai guru pemula di tingkat SD, SMP, maupun SMA. Selain itu juga terdapat program studi profesi, yaitu pendidikan profesi guru dengan profil lulusan guru profesional di tingkat SD, SMP, dan SMA. Untuk mewujudkan profil lulusan tersebut, salah satu bentuk layanan yang kami berikan kepada mahasiswa adalah menyediakan sarana dan prasarana sebagai pendukung kegiatan akademik dan non-akademik. Mari kita saksikan sarana dan prasarana yang ada di FKIP Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. To welcome our honorable guests and participants, we would like to present traditional dance performance by Sangsekarta Students Traditional Dance Community of UMM. Tari Kreasi Nusantara is a representative of the richness of Indonesian culture, which includes various types of traditional dances from various regions, and each dance has a meaning, movements that depict history, mythology, and the daily life of the local community. Kreasi Nusantara dance shows the harmonies and colorful diversity of Indonesian cultures. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, please welcome Tari Kreasi Nusantara. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all distinguished delegates of ICEdu 2024. On behalf of the committee, I would like to welcome everyone to the third International Conference on Education 2024 conducted by Education Faculty Universitas Muhammadiyah, Malang. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for me. My name is Rahmania Santoso to be the master of ceremony for this loving morning. And first of all, please allow me to express our gratitude and warm welcome to the Honorable Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang and also Vice Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang, the Dean of Education Faculty, Dean of Language and Science Faculty Universitas Wijaya Kusuma Surabaya as our co-host, Dean of Education Faculty Universitas Negeri Jember as our co-host, and also I would like to welcome our keynote speakers, Ms. Rima Sotlikova, PhD, and also Associate Professor Dr. Linde Tan. Also our invited speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Azizah Binti Ismail, Professor Dwi Pujiastuti, PhD, Mr. Brian Fairman, PhD, and also Professor Dr. Muhammad Syaifuddin, MM. I also would like to extend our gratitude to the head of Scientific Publication Development Institute of UMM, Ibu Dr. Fardini Sabila. And of course, I would like to extend our gratitude to all the delegates of ICEdu 2024. May I have a round of applause for all of us today? Boleh diberikan tepuk tangannya Bapak dan Ibu sekalian. Terima kasih. Ladies and gentlemen, the first agenda is reciting Holy Quran. Mr. Rofiki, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. تقاته ولا تموتن إلا وأنتم مسلمون. واعتصموا بحبل الله جميعا ولا تفرقوا واذكروا نعمة الله عليكم إذ كنتم أعداء فألف بين قلوبكم فأصبحتم إخوانا وكنتم على شفا حفرة من النار فأنقذكم منها كذلك يبين الله لكم آياته لعلكم تهتدون كذلك يبين الله لكم آياته لعلكم تهتدون صدق الله العظيم. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Rafiki. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to ask you to sing Indonesia National Anthem and Muhammadiyah hymn Sang Surya. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up. Indonesia Raya. Muhammadiyah hymn Sang Surya.
junjunganku, Islam agamaku, Muhammadiyah gerakanku. Di timur fajar cerah gemerlapan mengusir kabut hitam, menggugah kaum muslimin, tinggalkan peraduan. Lihatlah matahari telah tinggi di ufuk timur sana, seruan ilahi Rabbi samina wa atona. Ya Allah, Tuhan Rabbiku, Muhammad junjunganku, Islam agamaku, Muhammadiyah gerakanku.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please have your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite the head of the committee to come to the stage for delivering today's event report. Mr. Brahmi Biantoro, MED, the time is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite the head of the committee to come to the stage for delivering the time is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite the head of the committee to come to the stage.
Cek. Oke. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all,
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
thank you. First of all, I would like to extend a warm welcome to our esteemed keynote speakers, Associate Professor Dr. Lindy Tan from Western Sydney University, and also Associate Professor Rima Sotlikova, PhD from Webster University in Tashkent. Our invited speakers, Associate Professor Dr. Azia Ismail from Universities Sains Malaysia, Brian Fireman, PhD from the Cairns Institute, Australia, Professor Dr. Anda Dwi Pujiastuti, MA, PhD from Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang, Professor Dr. Muhammad Saifuddin, MM from Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang. Also, our distinguished guests, Professor Dr. Nasaruddin Malik, MSI, Director of Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang, Muhammad Salis Yuniardi, MSI, PhD, Vice Rector for Research, Community Service, and Cooperation, Professor Dr. Trisakti Handayani, MM, Dean of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Dr. Fardini Sabila, MPD, the Head of Scientific Publication Development Institute of UMM. Also, Dr. Kaswadi M. Hum, Dean of Faculty of Language and Science, University Wijaya Kusuma, Surabaya. And lastly, Professor Dr. Bambang Supeno, MPD, Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas Jember. Welcome to the third International Conference on Education. We are honored to gather here at the Race Hotel of Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang to foster global citizenship and discuss the innovations, challenges shaping our education today. As UMM strives to become a reputable international university by 2030, ICEdu serves as a testament to our commitment to academic collaboration. This conference is expected to provide a unique platform for all educators, researchers, and students to exchange ideas, share best practices, and explore emerging trends in education. Of course, we are delighted to have a diverse group of presenters. Today, we're going to have approximately 70 presenters from international presenters and also all over the country, including esteemed keynote speakers and invited experts from around the world as well. Their insights will, of course, enrich our discussions and contribute to a deeper understanding of the challenges and opportunities facing education in the 21st century. I would also like to express our sincere gratitude to our co-hosts, Universitas Wijaya Kusuma Surabaya and Universitas Jember for their invaluable support in organizing this conference. Thank you very much. And to the dedicated members of our steering committee and also organizing committee, thank you very much for your tireless efforts and also commitment. Your hard work has been instrumental in making ICEdu 2024 a success. Finally, to all our presenters, we wish you a productive and inspiring conference. May your contribution to ICEdu lead to new collaboration, innovative ideas, and brighter future for education worldwide. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the report, Mr. Brahmi. And thank you for the applause. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite the Vice Rector of Research, Community Service and Partnership of Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang for opening remarks. Mr. Muhammad Salis Yuniardi, PhD, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya wal mursalin wal awliya'i wassabi'i ajma'in. Allahumma sholli ala Muhammad amma ba'du. First of all, I would like to extend a warm welcome to our speakers, Associate Professor Dr. Lin Tan from Western Side University, Associate Professor Rima Sotlikova from Webster University in Tashkent, and also our invited speakers, Associate Professor Dr. Aziah Ismail, Brian Fireman, Professor Dwi Puji Astuti, Professor Muhammad Saifuddin, also our distinguished guest, Dr. Fardini Sabilah, the Head of Scientific Publication Development Institute of UMM, Dr. Wasdi, the Dean of Faculty of Language Science, University Wijaya Kusuma Surabaya, welcome to UMM, Professor Dr. Bambang Supeno, Dean of the Faculty Teacher Training and Education, University of Jember, and all the participants that hopefully this morning are healthy, happy, and prosperous. First of all, I also would like to welcome to this wonderful events, and on the behalf of representing our rector, Professor Nazaruddin Malik, I would like to say please apologize that he can't attend this event personally, and hopefully, even though our rector can't attend this event, we can still enjoy and get all fruitful knowledge from these events. And talking about the topic of this conference, I think it's very, very important and essential, because just around a week ago, I discussed with several professors from teacher and education faculty, Professor Ribut, Professor Eko, and etc. We talk about several points that becoming challenging, yeah, in terms of education in Indonesia. The first one is nowadays we face digital age. Not only digitalization, but we already stepping on the next move, which is 5.0 era. Yeah. And this era will require digital literation in advanced level. That's the first point that we have to face in nowadays. And the second things, it's really localized in Indonesia. Our PISA rank, yeah, is number 7 in ASEAN. Yeah. While a week ago, the Prime Minister of Malaysia, which is their PISA rank 5, has declared a revolution move in terms of basic education in the basic level. So Malaysia in the 5th rank, and they are very, very worried about this. We are in the 7th rank, and it seems we are happy, yeah, because our focus is on our national team. Unfortunately, last night we also has been beaten by China. Yeah, it's really, really sad, yeah, because in the one side we face very, very difficult era, challenging era 5.0. In another side, it seems that we still busy talking about another focus. Yeah, while we have real problem, which is our PISA ranks. This indicated that the quality of education in Indonesia is number 7 in ASEAN. Yeah. This is not only about number, but this also indicates the capability level of our future generation in terms of basic life skill, which is numeration, literation, and the other one is language. Yeah, language. While few years ago, yeah, our president also has declared we will have Indonesia emas in 2045. Yeah, yeah. So it's really work hard for people who work on education, particularly in the basic and intermediate level. Yeah. Moreover, Indonesia also need to work on the third focus, which is about character development. Because based on our data, particularly from my background, the number of the level of mental health of young people in Indonesia also actually not really quite good, because there are a lot of cases, yeah. For example, self-injury among elementary students, among pupils, yeah, self-injury, addiction with internet, yeah, with game, yeah. And all those things obviously will give detrimental effect to education capability. From this conference, I believe that we can discuss further and also deeper what actually we can do. Because from the topic talking about nurturing critical thinking and talking about this 3 point, 5.0, our PISA rank, and how to develop a good character, we need critical thinking. And if we can't solve this problem, I think it will be difficult we can become a good global citizen. Because to become a global citizen, a part of global world, we have to have ability to compete and also becoming a good global citizen. Yeah. If I remember from Prime Minister Malaysia, two things that they do to increase the PISA level, they talking about digitalization education, digital education, since the early education, and the second thing is increasing English capability. Talking about the second point, also there are debate in Malaysia, because some people say that what actually this country, Malaysia, need is how to improve Melayu competency. But the Prime Minister said that to become global citizen, our generation should advance in language that used across the world, which is English. I don't know which one is correct because my background is not from education. But through this conference as well, this is the thing that I think, that I believe we can discuss. But our university, UMM, we have discussed and agree that our student, our alumni, has to be capable in 3 languages. The first one is official Bahasa Indonesia. Bahasa Indonesia officially, not the slang one. It's okay to use Bahasa Indonesia using slang in daily conversation. But when we want to enter academic level, official interaction, formal interaction, obviously we need the good one, bahasa Indonesia yang baik dan benar. The second language is all our student and our alumni should be advanced in at least 1 foreign language. So now we start to discuss a possibility to lengthen, to prolong the duration of FLSP. I just give idea to Vice Rector 1, possibly we need 2 years FLSP. In the first years and in the third years. Because the problem with FLSP, the type score always low in the beginning, increase after finishing 1 year, and then decline when graduation. So we need more FLSP. And I also, not only me, some of us also have idea that FLSP not only about English, because some faculty, for example, in health sciences, they now focusing on sending the alumni to Jerman, while from engineering they send their alumni to Japan. So I think we can discuss about it, how to develop FLSP for other language out of English. And the third one is digital language, because all of alumni, particularly who enter UMM in 2024, when they graduate, starting from this generation, they have to able to make coding. Not only using the internet and computer, but they have to able to code something. Because if our future graduate, our future alumni is not able to adjust with this nowadays requirement, it will be difficult to them. They only become stupid consumer. So those three things also part of that I hope we can discuss through this conference. And I do believe that a lot of fruitful idea will born from this conference. That's all I think that I can say. Enjoy the conference, enjoy the synergy among us. Possibly after the conference we can do a lot of joint research, and God bless you all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Salis. Please remain on the stage. I would like to invite Mr. Brahmi and also Ibu Fardini to come to the stage to accompany Mr. Salis to hit the traditional gong as a symbol to open this conference. Boleh 3 kali. Thank you, Mr. Salis. Terima kasih, Bapak dan Ibu sekalian. The beating of the gong signal the end of this conference opening ceremony. And one more time, please give a big round of applause to the opening ceremony of ICEdu 2024. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu, please have your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, may we continue to the main event. This is the first session of the presentation, and the presentation will be delivered by our keynote speakers, Ms. Rima Sotlikova, PhD, and also Dr. Linda Tan. And the session will be guided by Ms. Erlina Abidasari, MA, MED. Ms. Erlina, the time is yours.
Okay. Check. Okay. Good morning all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay. Honorable UMM higher officials who can join us today in Race Hotel UMM and also online participants, respectable keynote and also invited speakers, our distinguished presenters and also participant of the conference. I'm Erlina, and it is a great pleasure to be the first moderator in this plenary session. In today's conference, we will get a closer look on the innovation in education by examining how critical thinking and also global citizenship are nurtured and also flourished. And first of all, I would like to introduce our excellent speaker by reading a brief introduction about her. Our first speaker is Ms. Rimayon Sotlikova, PhD, and she is an associate professor from TESOL MA program at Webster University in Tashkent, Uzbekistan. And her specialty is in English language teaching methodology. She has been researching a lot in language philology, applied linguistics, and language education science. And our next speaker, the second speaker, is Ms. Linde Tan. Dr. Linde Tan is an associate professor of digital literacies and also language education at Western Sydney University, Australia. Her research centers on innovative teaching approach, and also she already published a lot in her high quality and widely cited publications, which have earned her an international reputation. Ms. Lindy is also actively involved in Indonesian teacher education, where she plays a significant role in teaching and also literacy for educators, especially in a micro-credential program to university lectures. Okay, dear participants, before the presentation begins, let me inform you how this session will be delivered. The keynote speaker will present the material for about 30 minutes each, and then following by Q&A or questions and answer for about 10 minutes. And finally, the session will be ended by a conclusion. And now, without further ado, I think allow me to welcome Associate Professor Rimayon. You may have the screen.
Can I start?
Yes, please.
Okay, good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Glad to see you all. I'm so happy to be with you in this conference, and thank you so much for inviting me to this wonderful conference. I'm always happy to be with Muhammadiyah Universitas Muhammadiyah. Last week I presented in Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwakarta, and another week I presented in Universitas Muhammadiyah in Solo, and today I am in Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang. Thank you so much for collaboration and cooperation, and I'll always be happy to share the knowledge and to exchange the knowledge with you. Terima kasih banyak. Jadi saya pernah kuliah di Indonesia dan saya bisa bahasa Indonesia juga, dan saya promosi bahasa Indonesia di Uzbekistan sekarang. Setelah presentasi saya akan presentasi di bahasa Inggris, tapi kalau setelah presentasi saya ada pertanyaan-pertanyaan, boleh di bahasa Inggris dan boleh di bahasa Indonesia juga. Dan saya senang kolaborasi dengan Indonesia dan dengan profesor-profesor di Indonesia karena kami bersama-sama promosi bahasa Indonesia juga di Uzbekistan. Terima kasih, saya akan mulai ya. So I'm going to share my screen now. Just a moment. Is it visible?
Yes.
Okay. So my topic for today is scaffolding techniques to enhance critical thinking in English language teaching. So today's agenda, the introduction to scaffolding in ELT and the importance of critical thinking, types of scaffolding techniques, practical scaffolding strategies for critical thinking, applying scaffolding in a lesson plan, and benefits. We talk about the benefits of scaffolding for critical thinking, and challenges and solutions. So we have conclusion. So first of all, let's see what is scaffolding in ELT. As we all know, scaffolding is a technique and support to help students to achieve learners' goals. So that they might not reach independently. So they need scaffolding technique. And we support our learners by scaffolding techniques just to make them to achieve their learner goals. and breaking down complex tasks. So if we have a complex task, we are going to break down the complex task and provide scaffolding techniques for our learners. And guiding students, so it's also about guiding students and removing support as they gain confidence. So it doesn't mean that we scaffold our learners. We apply scaffolding techniques from the beginning of our lesson until the end. But when we apply the scaffolding techniques and when we see that they are going to achieve their goals, then we can remove support as they gain confidence. So here we can see Vygotsky's work. So we know about zone of proximal development, and it can be one of the example for scaffolding. Why? Because in the middle with purple color, we can see current understanding. So that's the knowledge, what they know, what our learners know. And with blue color, when they expand their knowledge, when they share their knowledge with each other, then they reach to zone of proximal development. They learn it through scaffolding. So if we don't apply scaffolding technique, then we can imagine what happens here, because they will stay in their comfort zone. They will stay what they know, and that's it. So when we apply scaffolding techniques, then they're going out of their comfort zone and reaching to zone of proximal development. And then with green color, this is the out of reach. So they are going to expand their knowledge, and they can widen or broaden their knowledge by activating background knowledge, what they know, and then by sharing or discussing or following what teacher is guiding, and they can reach the zone of proximal development. And after that, they can go out of that zone of proximal development as well. So they have out of reach. So that means they expand their knowledge. So the question is, why do we need scaffolding in ELT? So language learning, because of language learning challenges. So sometimes students don't understand vocabulary or grammar, even we have good knowledge of grammar rules or vocabulary, but because of lack of scaffolding techniques, we cannot deliver well, and they will have language learning challenges. So that's why we need scaffolding techniques in English language teaching. And also, why do we need scaffolding technique in ELT? Bridging to independence, so building autonomy and confidence. Because if we are going to ask a direct question without any scaffolding techniques, then we cannot build autonomy. So we cannot develop autonomous learners in our classroom. But if our learners feel confidence, if they are confident in our classroom, then we can bridge to independence. So I imagine scaffolding with this picture. Whenever I start teaching, then this image is always in my mind. Why? Because we cannot build building a house without this kind of construction. So without ladder or construction, the framework. So that's why whenever this image is in my mind, then I realize that I need scaffolding, because it's impossible without scaffolding to build a house, and it's impossible to reach our goals or objectives of our lesson without scaffolding in our classroom. So practical strategies we can see here. We have some practical strategies here. They are about Socratic question, graphics, think, pair, share, and reciprocal strategies. So what do we do in Socratic question? So we care the use of open-ended questions that stimulate thoughts and encourage students to analyze, predict, compare, and justify their responses. So this is important. And we have think, pair, share, promotes active listening, encourage students to evaluate others' perspectives, and prepares them to articulate their thoughts clearly. And graphics, we can use diagrams, mind maps, T-charts, and T-charts to scaffold our students. And also we have collaborative strategy where students take turns teaching each other. So this also can be one of the practical strategy for scaffolding. So what is the teacher role? Here we can see creating a safe environment is a teacher role in scaffolding, modeling, and guiding. Scaffolding is about creating a safe environment. So that means building a classroom culture where students feel comfortable sharing ideas, questioning, and making mistakes. So they should be comfortable. Sometimes my students, because I teach master degree students, and they are already teaching. They are in-service teachers, and they always ask from me why sometimes my students are not they don't feel comfortable to speak. They are shy, or they don't say anything, even they know the grammar rules, or even they know how to construct the grammar, the sentence, but they are not able to present it, to perform it. They have good competence, but communicative competence, but they don't have good performance. At that time, I always say that be open for mistakes, because we are human, and we can make mistakes, but the main point is don't not to repeat the mistake when we realize it, in life also, and the same in education. So when we have connection with real life examples or real life tasks with classroom environment, then we can achieve our goal. So I always connect our examples to real life. I can say that we are human and we can make mistakes, and the main point is to not to repeat that mistake after we realize. So the same thing in classroom environment. Be open for your students to make mistakes. In my first class, I can say you are welcome to make mistakes, but after making mistakes, be open for my constructive feedback. So you will get constructive feedback, and this is the improvement for your future. And they start realizing that yes, we can do mistakes, and the main point will be to realize the mistakes and not to repeat it, and then in the future the improvement. So that way we can we can create a safe environment actually. And scaffolding to enhance critical thinking in digital era. So here we can see how we can scaffold our students in digital era, because as we know, scaffolding is about helping students to understand by asking some questions orally. But in digital era, we have interactive presentations, like we can create presentations in Canva or Prezi. So they are interactive and engaging for our students. So we can scaffold them by this way. And also collaborative platforms we have, and video-based interaction, graphic organizer, and online discussions. This is also very helpful. For online discussion, sometimes it's okay to use social media platforms, social media apps to have online discussion, or Moodle, for example, or Google Classroom, or for Padlet, padlet.com, and they can go to that platform or to that social media, and you can have a question, and we can have the discussion. So this way we can scaffold them in digital era. So we have a lot of opportunities to make our classroom more effective and engaging. So here we can see the link between scaffolding and critical thinking. So it's about cognitive skills, engagement, push students from surface level to deeper understanding, and dynamic and interactive learning, engage critically with content. So that means we are going to ask a question that make students to have deeper understanding. So they won't be one answer or one correct answer, because if it's yes no question, then it's not the example for scaffolding. Actually, when we have more than two answers for the specific question, then they can explore more and they feel confident, because there is no correct and exact answer, but they may be more than two answers, and we can support them this way, because they can they can build their critical thinking, they can evaluate, they can analyze, they can evaluate the situation. So how we can do that? Through discussions, debate, peer feedback, peer teaching. So we can build communication, collaboration, and through collaboration and communication, they can build their critical thinking. So there will be student engagement, supportive environment, peer interaction, and teamwork. Facilitates comprehension, encourages interaction, and opportunities to practice language skills in a real world context. So this is important in this era. And I came across to this conceptual framework while I was researching about critical thinking and creative thinking. And my current small case study is about building four C's. And when I called my case study as 4 C's. 4 stands for communication, collaboration, critical thinking, and creativity. And then I came across that by Greener, it was developed for project-based learning, and he identified 10 C's. So we can I can adopt this or adapt and make modification for these C's in my small case study. So it starts from coaching and ends up with composition. So this is for creative learning. Actually, he conducted research and developed this conceptual framework, and I'm thinking about to make some modifications and adapt it to my critical thinking skills, to enhance critical thinking skills for scaffolding. So this one is for creative writing through critical thinking. Let's say let's say if we come with this framework or with this structure to our learners and ask them generate idea and write your first draft, put point 1, point 2, and point 3 and get feedback, revise, write your second draft, get feedback. If we organize this structure in our classroom, and I'm sure they give up. They give up. Why? Because this is a fixed structure, and they think a lot. They may think until the end of the lesson how to generate idea, what to generate, what can be my first point, what can be my second point, and they give up. And we cannot reach our aim. Why? Because we are not scaffolding them. We are just giving the fixed structure. But when we adapt the Greener's conceptual framework into our classroom, let's say creative writing through critical thinking skills. And when we scaffold them about language focus and many possible ideas. So as you remember, one of the roles of teacher was about modeling and guiding. So let's say about creative writing, and if we say close your eyes and think about your favorite movie, and everyone close their eyes and start thinking about their favorite movie, and then we can ask them, now think about 3 reasons why this is your favorite movie. And they start thinking, what can be the reason why I like this favorite movie, why it's my favorite. And they start generating their ideas, but we are not giving the fixed structure for them, like generate idea and point 1, point 2, point 3, but we are giving a real life example, and we are saying something interesting for our students, and they come up with the ideas. They will have 3 points, 3 reasons, and 3 points already ready in their mind. And they can create, and then they can change the element, and they can have collaborative reflection. So we can ask them to discuss with each other about their favorite movie. So they discuss why they like it, why they don't maybe there must be some parts that they don't like, and they because of collaborative reflection they come up with lots of ideas. And this is a teacher role, how we guide them and model and create safe environment, because when they discuss with each other, they are safe. Why? Because they are not afraid of making mistakes. So they discuss each other, and they come up with lots of ideas, and we can say that your home task is creative writing. So write about your points, why you like this movie, and write about your ideas, what you discussed with your friend. So here we can build so many C's, not only critical thinking, but also creativity, communication, collaboration. And I really love this topic because they all start with C, yes? And this is my small case study actually. And it's on the way to be finished and ready for publication. And creative writing through critical thinking skills. This is one of my example in my classroom, creating a brochure for a travel agency. So I had these requirements, for example, for grammar, please choose adjectives, for vocabulary, descriptive adjectives, and present it. So during presentation also they build creativity and critical thinking. Why? Because they analyze what they are doing, and they analyze and they evaluate first what they are going to present. So this can be another stage for our task. So the first one was about thinking about their favorite movie, let's say thinking about traveling, and then the second stage about writing about that traveling, and next stage presenting. So we can build here creativity and critical thinking by scaffolding. Okay, how many minutes do I have?
You have 7 more minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. So here you can see my students. Yeah, because of safe environment, maybe they feel happy. Why? Because the topic was interesting for them. When I had needs assessment with my students, then I realized that they are interested in traveling to go abroad. And I chose the topic about creating a brochure for traveling agency. And they choose here, as you see, Sri Lanka. One of them is Sri Lanka, Indonesia, Thailand, yeah, Uzbekistan maybe. So Australia. So they created these brochures, and they come up with lots of ideas by by building creativity and by building critical thinking skills, and they present it. So they promote, come to my travel agency and please look, there is discount for going to this country and so on. So how they felt that safe environment? Yes, because of scaffolding technique, well-designed scaffolding technique, and also critical thinking skills. Yes, so when I conducted a questionnaire for this question, I find it challenging to teach critical thinking skills in my classroom. The responses was 61. 61 teachers participated in this small case study, and yes, 44% of them agree and 44 of them disagree. So that means half of them, of my respondents, they feel that critical thinking skills is challenging in their classroom. So then that means there should be some teacher training programs for building critical thinking skills, because it's challenging for them, and also the seminars. And what collaborative activities do you incorporate into your EFL teaching? This was the 16th question. And yes, they apply group projects, pair work, peer reviews, collaborative games, discussion groups, and they all encourage critical thinking skills. And I was happy to get this response, because yes, most of them apply critical thinking skill activities. So in conclusion, I can say that it's difficult to develop critical thinking skills without support. So scaffolding provides practical ways to integrate critical thinking into language instruction effectively. Thank you so much for your attention.
Okay, thank you so much, Associate Professor Rima. This is a very insightful and also informative presentation about scaffolding. Now, let's move to the next presenter, our second keynote speaker, Associate Professor Linde Tan. Please, you may control over your material slides.
Give me a second. Selamat pagi.
You may start.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I'm deeply honored to be invited to deliver a keynote on the integration of augmented reality in primary literacy. I'm hearing a lot of echo from my end. Do you think you can do something about that?
Can you reduce echo? Technical
Yeah.
Can you try again?
How does it go now?
Yeah. Here is fine. What about yours?
Okay. It's okay. I will ignore my own voice.
Okay. Thank you.
But can you hear me loud and clear?
Sorry?
Can you hear me clearly from here?
Yes. We can hear you clearly.
Oh, good. All right. So, good afternoon from my side, but selamat pagi to all of you, Bapak Ibu. I'm really happy to be here sharing my work on augmented reality or AR in primary literacy. And today I'm going to focus on teacher knowledge using a model called TPAC. Some of you may be familiar. It stands for technological, pedagogical, and content knowledge. It's a bit mouthful, but I'll explain a little bit in a second. So this research has been funded by the Primary English Teaching Association Australia and has been published both in academic and professional articles and books. If you are interested to find out a little bit more about AR for literacy or language education, I've got a QR code there. Go ahead and scan it and you will get a copy of my version of some of these articles. Not all, but those that I'm able to share. It has also led to future research, particularly in my higher ed research with Taiwan, where we're going to use augmented reality and also assess multimodal literacies in foreign language education. So that's the new project that I'm starting very, very soon. So what is my starting point? What got me excited about using AR in primary education context? Well, first of all, in my research, I worked with a lot of teachers, teaching students who are learning English as an additional language because Australia is such a migrant country. English may not necessarily be the students' primary home language. So that got me excited. Some of these schools come from, or rather, some of these schools have students come from low socioeconomic status, which also means they do not have privilege to rich digital resources or even non-digital resources. And to me, I always have this soft spot for students at the other end of education where, they are not given, they don't have a competitive head start. And therefore, literacy, numeracy, of course, will always be a great impact on their academic performance. So take a look at a page like this. And I bolded some of these words that suggest a social distance between our student as well as the author or the text producer. And I don't have to ask you, by the show of hands, how many of you have gone to the moon? I myself have not. Many of us don't have that kind of privilege. And it's just one simple example to show how that disconnect between a student's personal stories or life woes and the text that they engage with can cause reading comprehension problem. That lack of text-to-world connection, we call it, it just creates that extra barrier for them to understand what they're reading and viewing, etc. And I particularly like Paulo Freire's quote, reading the world always precedes reading the word. And reading the word implies continually reading the world. So the understanding the world and its context, it does have a great impact on literacy development of our students. And this is where I thought augmented reality offers some potential. And I started playing with it extensively from an educative perspective. Now, augmented reality possesses polyaesthetic textual design. Now, it's a big word. Now, what does that mean? Usually when I talk about AR, my first question to teachers will be, how many of you played with Pokemon Go? And that's the best example to kind of help them understand the distinguishing characteristics of AR. So by polyaesthetic textual design, it means that AR engages us in an interactive manner through a range of sense inputs, sound, sight, touch. So the engagement with text is interactive, multi-sensory, as well as multimodal. It is real time, and the texts are actually 3D, so it's getting more and more complex, making literacy a little bit more challenging than before. So I thought maybe this is a good entry point for language and literacy educators to think of pedagogical intervention to make sure that our students have the skill sets to navigate in a highly complex digital world. So if AR offers such potential, then why haven't we seen augmented reality being used pervasively? Well, earlier research suggested two reasons. One, there's a lack of classroom research. So we don't want to just play with technology whenever there's a new technological tool comes up in the market. It's like chasing technology for the sake of chasing technology. Are we using it in an informed manner? Is there any evidence-based such a practice that serve as a good example for us? So we don't have that in the earlier research. So there's no classroom research that tell us any evidence-based practices. There is no conceptual framework that shows the theoretical underpinning that drives someone's use of augmented reality for education. So that's a little bit worrying. And of course, it doesn't help me when I first started this project. So the message to me is I got to start with a baseline data. I cannot design any pedagogical interventions based on assumed needs. But I need to know where my teachers sit, how much they know, and I'm going to work with them to draw on their assets, their expertise, and funds of knowledge, and design new teaching practices that's suitable for their context. So this is where my knowledge about TPAC kicks in. So TPAC, as I said, is a mouthful. It is a framework used to guide teachers in using technology effectively. It doesn't come from me. It was developed by Mishler and Kohler. People who are researching and interested in EdTech, you will be very familiar with their work. So their argument is this: for teachers to use technology effectively for learning and teaching, they have to think of the interplay, the interactions of three main domains of knowledge: technology, pedagogy, and content. And you can see from this Venn diagram, there are altogether 7 knowledge domains. So it's very complex. So TPAC is the integrated knowledge of using technology to represent, to teach, and facilitate the learning of the content knowledge. Now, in my case, because I'm in language and literacy education, I would like to advance literacy associated with a wide range of communication modes, or in linguistics, we call it semiotic modes, because meaning making does not just take place in language dominant text. For students who have some form of language barrier, we need to offer them multimodal representation of knowledge. They may have some ideas here, but they just can't say it in words. So that's not fair assessment. So how do we teach them the knowledge to discuss what they know, as well as to represent what they know? So in a nutshell, that's multimodal literacies. And I would like to think about how students' multimodal literacies can be developed using digital tools. So I do make a distinction between mode and medium. So anything that is printed that has words and images can be multimodal, but it's not multimedia in that sense. But a YouTube video is definitely multimedia and multimodal. So in my paper, I unpack that a little bit, and I use this framework to guide the way that I design changes to create an impact on teacher practices. So I did a survey and I designed a new TPAC instrument to measure teachers' knowledge before I start anything new. That was sent out to all Australian teachers through PETA, which is the Primary English Teaching Association. And we found out that there are 2 clusters of teachers. Cluster 1 teachers, can I just say that they are a little bit less confident, and rightfully so. They are really worried about AR. They do not know what AR is. They kind of heard about that term. They know what Pokemon is, and full stop. Okay? They are also worried about their students' readiness to use emergent technologies like AR to engage in a more participatory culture of learning. They have no sense of meaning-making modes, maybe through written words, but they're not very confident of how to lead a classroom discussion or even develop their meta language to unpack how communication, how meaning is construed through different communication modes like words, images, spatial, gestural, etc. And first of all, they're thinking, must I do such research? Is AR really suitable for teaching language and literacy in the primary school context? So earlier research, we have read a lot about AR for mathematics, for STEM, for engineering, for science, especially in higher ed and then later on in secondary school context, but not primary. So this group of teachers are questioning my intent. Is it really relevant? And also they assume that students from a lower socioeconomic status, they don't have adequate exposure, and therefore maybe they're not ready, and therefore life is just too complicated if we introduce AR to such group of students. And then the other concern, which is, all teachers' concern, curriculum is already so crowded. Must I add another thing on into the curriculum? So in a nutshell, they're not looking forward to it. Okay? So they think DN, not suitable for primary school students, but the minority group of this cluster of teachers think, however, we think augmented reality may offer some potential for developing oral language or oracy. Now, the other group teachers are a little bit more encouraging to my research team. They too say, oh, we do not know much about AR as well, but they're looking more at opportunities rather than the barrier. They're thinking that AR potentially can bridge students' informal digital practices with formal learning. And that's fantastic. We always celebrate students' funds of knowledge and what's in their virtual school bags as assets for learning rather than as deficit. And they're thinking only if AR is used carefully, maybe it can be used to engage students, promote meaningful learning, a more active learning, experiential, and also independent learning. Some of these teachers have played with AR and they know that you can't just sit down and play with AR. You've got to use it via mobile devices, like an iPad, and move around. So if you like students to be quietly seated in class, then augmented reality will not be for you because that's just not the way to learn. So AR require that bodily movements, but how do we use it meaningfully? How do we use it creatively and critically? So these group of teachers have that kind of questions, and they're also thinking, because AR they overlay the real world with the virtual world and offers potential to teleport students to an imaginative world like Doctor Who. So perhaps we can use AR to create better connections for students who are isolated or feel economically disadvantaged because of the lack of resources at home. Time investment is definitely a concern. So this group of teachers, they're not saying no, but they're saying that we need to spend time carefully and get buy-in from both parents and colleagues to make sure that it's all worthwhile. This group of teachers are also very wise. They're thinking that, AR comes in a wide range. We got to choose those that are age appropriate. And they too think that AR has the potential to develop oral language or oracy in a more authentic and meaningful ways. And we all know the best way to learn language is to situate it in your context of language use, isn't it? So beautiful insights from this survey. And to sum it up, cluster 1 teachers are more concerned. They have more barriers in that sense to overcome, and that kind of discouraged them a little bit. Whereas cluster 2 are a bit more confident. They are very mindful of the risk. They are also mindful of the barriers and challenges, but they're equally excited about the opportunities. And in the open-ended responses, they can articulate more pedagogical suggestions like scaffolding, skills development, storytelling, writing, narratives, etc., using AR than the cluster 1 teachers who are a little bit focused on the challenges than the potentials. So what do? I've got more questions than answers at the start of my research. So I adopt a methodology called formative and design experiment. It is a form of design research that characterizes all that I'm doing when I work with teachers using emergent technologies. It's not a lab kind of experiment, okay? Nothing controlled, nothing lab-like. It simply means that because you are testing out innovation, you are experimental, and therefore you got to do it very carefully. That it will be a lot of reflections, a lot of iterative design and redesigning and observing what works and what does not work. And that's really the gist of innovation, isn't it? So innovation can't be sustainable and scalable until we kind of sort out some of these context-specific conditions for it to scale up. So I like it because it's pragmatic, it's highly contextualized, and straight away applicable in the context of teaching. So TPAC, for those of us who are researching into TPAC, the questions are really general. And for TPAC to be used effectively, you've got to contextualize it and ask yourself, what does technological knowledge mean? What does technological content knowledge mean, etc.? You got to reframe that in your practice. So to me, technological knowledge, it means, first of all, where are all the AR apps I can find? And I need free ones because of budget constraint and because eventually I want AR mediated learning to be scalable. So I need free ones. Where can I find them? Where are they? Can I evaluate them for language and literacy teaching? TCK, technological content knowledge. Can AR be used to teach content knowledge? Now, this is language you're talking about, and it's highly skill-based. However, because I am promoting literacy associated with a range of communication or semiotic modes, teachers need to know meta language, which means language to talk about language to talk about English grammar in terms of written words, language to talk about visual language to deconstruct sound, and the interplay of all these modalities. Do they know that? So in Australia, we are pretty fortunate because we have a lot of, I'm really riding on the shoulders of giants. A lot of linguists and systemic functional linguists are here. So they have already done a bit of translation work in our curriculum. However, teachers are still kind of like very comfortable in guiding students in deconstructing the interplay between words and images, but not with the other modalities. So that's where I thought AR, being polyaesthetic, multisensory, multimodal, can kind of push teachers' knowledge in this space. So that is CK, the meta language, to talk about language related to literacies associated with a range of semiotic modes. PCK means pedagogical content knowledge without technology. So how have these teachers been teaching language and literacy? I would like to augment the practices rather than impose. And that's always the way I work with teachers. And also the PK, how do they normally engage students? And then TPK, when they teach, do they use technology? And how do they use technology to engage students beyond just physical engagement? Beyond just, wow, this is fun. There's behavioral engagement. I would like to know about the cognitive engagement. So I got to study them before AR kicks in and then start redesigning and co-designing some of their current lesson ideas and see where AR can kick in. So my starting point in my pedagogical design is to play. Purposeful play, so that teachers know what works and what does not work. And I gave them a range of AR apps to play with it. In any digital integration, access to technology is always the first order barrier. So if teachers are not familiar with technology, they're not given access to a recommended repertoire of technology, there's no way we can advance in our digital integration. So that was my starting point when I started my pedagogical intervention. And what happened as a result of using the TPAC in practice to design educational interventions? Well, as I mentioned, the teachers are positioned as co-researchers with me, and we do a lot of reflections, we do a lot of redesigning, but the theorization sort of lies in the shoulders and responsibilities of the research team. We have came up with a framework to understand embodied learning because AR puts a student as one of the characters in the AR scene. It's not the same as watching a movie. They are now one of the characters. They are exploring what we call the in-between world when the real world is overlaid with the virtual world. So we want to understand how does interactivity looks like. I don't have the time to speak about, extra text and intra-text interactivity, but what it means that every touch, every haptic engagement they use, most of the time, it creates unfolding of a narrative. It creates some meaning-making potential. So they're going to be very critical in describing, analyzing, and also using these haptic engagements. And at first, we get warped so easily with AR that teleport us to an alternative world. But when we step back and start to analyze our data, we realize that our students are positioned very differently as primary versus secondary knowers. A lot of the fanciful apps actually position our students as text consumer rather than text producer, where they can use highest order thinking skills. So that was an insight to us. And we also came up with a pedagogical framework so that teachers know how to use AR meaningfully. And what do we mean by meaningfully? And the last one is my favorite, contextualization of learning spaces, which is not touched on the TPAC. And I'm actually writing a paper right now on how useful TPAC is in preparing teachers in using technology. That bit, transforming, recontextualizing learning spaces is not adequately or even highlighted in the TPAC model. And this is important because we are really creating and extending writing spaces, if you like, in integrating more traditional as well as new literacies in our immediate school environments. And this is one example where you can see that there is still traditional reading and writing. And this is where the students are a little bit more cognizant and critical of technology affordances. What are the kind of meanings that we can best set using drawings? Because they're really young. In this case, they're only 7 years old. And what are those that we can better set using words? And what are those that are a bit dynamic, is imaginative? I don't have that words and drawing skills to represent my ideas, but maybe the AR apps can help me. So we get them to revisit some of these school spaces, redesign these school spaces, and attribute meanings. Learning how to read school spaces and attribute meanings to these spaces to create a jointly constructed text by the teacher and the whole class. And this one example, where they re-look at the playground at the school and suggested that, hey, actually, that can be a zoo where we learn about animals, and they use AR to show the visitors, the principal, and the other classes what it may look like. Now here, do we have time to show a video?
Still have 5 minutes. Is it possible?
Okay. Yes. I have given the link. Are you able to play the video from your end?
Technical team, can you please play the video?
I would like to show you this video because it's a video the teachers created outside the scope of the research. And this is what my colleagues Joyce Poe and the other colleagues mentioned, that when teachers participate in designing pedagogical intervention, their design practice and disposition are likely to change. And this is one good evidence. So you can play the video now if you're ready.
Yes.
They came to gaps. In kindy, what's that noise? Are they playing with your toys? Who on earth could it be? A zebra in 1E? One M is just a place for a giraffe to find some space. In Miss Al-Salimi's class, An eagle flies past. Shuem is not the zoo, but a panda came to find you. The animals all agree school is the place to be. Just while you learn at home, the animals will roam. Have a happy holiday. See
Thank
you all
you.
soon.
That's an tick now.
Video, please stop the video.
So a little back-end story. The project actually took place during COVID, and there was a time where the government is asking the students to go back to schools, but no one dared to go back. And that's why the teacher started creating this to entice, to attract the students to go back to schools. Just a little bit of a little example to show how teachers' practices have begun to change outside the scope of the research. So in conclusion, what learning points have I gained? First of all, in preparing teachers to advance their knowledge for digital integration, we got to consider differentiated forms of teachers' professional development. Some teachers need more professional learning in technology, some in pedagogy, and some in content knowledge. So they're never the same. So the pedagogical interventions are a little bit more targeted when we know what are the knowledge gaps. And of course, I can't stress that enough. Positioning teachers as co-researchers is really helpful to make sure that the impact is almost immediate, sustainable, and pragmatic. And with that, thank you so much. Terima kasih.
Okay, give a round of applause to Miss Lindy. Thank you so much. This is a very meaningful and also informative presentation. Augmented reality, I think this is a great topic to be discussed today. Now, we will move to question and answer session, everybody. So please raise your hands if you want to ask questions. And for the online participants, you can also click the raise hand buttons and the committee will help me with identifying the questions. So I will open 3 questions first. Please raise your hands and deliver your questions. Okay, anybody? Please. This is a very interesting topic, right? So, yes. Please mention your name and also your affiliation. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Let me introduce myself. I'm Amir from Universitas Wijaya Kusuma, Surabaya, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education. First of all, I would like to give the highest appreciations for the 2 speakers. Although I was late to come here, but for the first speaker, I was very happy to know the topic delivered is about scaffolding. And this topic also, I will bring this topic to this conference. My question is that today scaffolding is so important. I mean, assisting students in understanding a certain skills will be very helpful for students. But my question is that how to integrate scaffolding itself and artificial intelligence or maybe gamification or others. While we know that the growth of artificial intelligence is so global, and sometimes it needs the teachers or the educators' assistance. So how to integrate between scaffolding itself and AI to, for example, to develop critical thinking? This is my first questions. And my second questions about the TPEC and also the augmented reality. As we know that as we know that in Muhammadiyah foundations, inclusion in elementary school, even in high schools, is so crucial, especially for the elementary school. And my question is that, is it possible to implement augmented reality in elementary school, especially for the inclusion program? While we know that in language acquisitions, we know that learning first language, second language in the same time is, so how to come with those problems? Elementary school learns Bahasa and also learns English. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the question. So I think this question is delivered to two of the keynote speakers. The first one is to Mas Rima and also Linde about scaffolding. How is it important? How it is integrated using AI? Please, you may respond, Mas Rima and also Mas Linde. I think Rima goes first.
Okay, thank you so much for your question. I'm so happy to know that we have the same interest in terms of the presentation for today. You are also going to present about scaffolding, I think. Yes, this question was also interesting for me when we face to AI tools in this digital era. And I found it very helpful while we integrate AI with scaffolding. So AI tools are very helpful nowadays for scaffolding and engaging for the students. So as I mentioned before during my presentation also, we have so many AI tools that we can build safe environment for our students to scaffold them in their learning process. For example, let's say, I always say that we should be friends with AI tools actually, because as we know, most teachers are struggling and they are worried in this digital era in terms of AI increasement. But I consider that we should be friends with AI tools. They are helpful actually. Let's say when they don't come up with any ideas in the classroom, then we can use AI tools for brainstorming, for example. We can say that, can you please brainstorm the ideas and then come up with the idea that AI didn't mention, or what do you think? What was missing here? Because we should teach them that AI generative AI, not creative. So that means AI can generate the ideas. Through AI, we can brainstorm the ideas, but creativity is still with human because AI is not human. And we can say that please brainstorm the ideas, generate the ideas through AI, but create another idea which was not mentioned in that AI. And then that makes them to think critically. Why? Because they're going to analyze what AI said in terms of that topic. what was the subtopics or ideas during brainstorming session, and then what can be another idea. So, and they analyze and they evaluate and they come up with a new idea, and they create another idea. And that way they realize that AI is not a human, it's generative, but we are creative.
Okay, I think that's enough. Thank you so much for the answer. And the second question is about inclusion program. So how can AR be implemented in inclusion program for elementary school, especially in Muhammadiyah Foundation? Maybe it can be answered by Lindy.
You have to explain to me what the foundation is first.
Okay, maybe the question maker, can you please explain what you mean by Muhammadiyah Foundation School?
Okay. So what I mean by Muhammadiyah Foundation is that Muhammadiyah is one of the Islamic private foundations in Indonesia, and Muhammadiyah has so many schools, beginning from kindergarten, elementary, and also high schools, even university.
Right.
I come up to this concern because I have a daughter, and next year she will be going to one of the Muhammadiyah elementary school, because it is existing in my area. So, well, English, I'm an English teacher.
Right.
But I'm not teaching my daughter speaking English, because then, so coming up to the inclusion itself, how do we implement the use of augmented reality to the teacher, to the elementary schools, especially in inclusions program?
So first of all,
Thank you.
I think, yeah, it depends on how you define inclusivity. If we are talking about culturally and linguistically inclusive teaching, then it's an easier problem or challenge, because the text you use, the task that you design can be more tailored or situated in a context that is recognizable or valued by the students. So that's the big term or pedagogical approach, culturally and linguistically responsive pedagogy. I have another case study, which of course I don't have time to share. And as I mentioned, that a lot of my students come from migrant families, and we actually allow them to use Google Translator as well as their home language to express their ideas first, and then later on change it into English words in the written draft, because AR allows them to record over the scenes that they have created. They can speak it up, they can read it out. So there's actually a lot of translanguaging involved, which is really not the topic for today, throughout that composition process. And you can see that the students are actually being translated from a spoken to a written and multimodal mode. And that itself is inclusive. As I mentioned, that because we want them to create things that are authentic to them, things that they can ascribe meaning to, so that the things that they create and their context has a very strong connection. The idea is to create a strong text to self, text to world, and text to text connection. And we normally do that in response to a deconstruction or a close study of a children's literature. So I don't have the time to share in full detail, but yes, we did that. But the other one, inclusive education in terms of special needs, I actually would like to start using AR for that group of students, to be honest, but I didn't have the opportunity. And that one is a little bit tricky because special needs are diverse. It depends on the student's physical fitness as well. Now, I use viewer-based AR, which means we do not need any head-mounted devices. For those who, for AR apps that are a little bit more immersive, you need head-mounted devices, and that can create cyber sickness. It may not be appropriate for some students with certain special needs. So it all depends on what special needs. So I don't think I have the expertise to comment about that one yet, but more on the culturally and linguistically responsive pedagogy aspect. Happy to discuss more with you, but possibly offline. Thank you for your question.
Okay, thank you. for the response, and also thank you for the question maker. Due to time limitation, everybody, we need to move to the next agenda. So, well, everyone, we have arrived to the end of the first plenary session. We would like to really thank to our keynote speakers, both of them Associate Professor Rima and also Associate Professor Lindy Tan, for a very inspirative presentation. And some take-out points are that scaffolding helps learner to achieve goals by breaking down into small achievable tasks. And also augmented reality or AR has aesthetic delightful, attracts learner engagement, and it is multimodal and also real-time and personalized, which might be adapted to the TPEC in the teacher's convenience. Okay, thank you so much for attending the first plenary session, everybody, and I'll see you around in our next agenda. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Ms. Erlina. Thank you very much. And we would like to show the online certificate to both of our keynote speaker. It will be shared on the screen. The first is for Ms. Rima Sotlikova, PhD. Okay, this is the online certificate to Ms. Rima Sotlikova. Thank you very much. An appreciation for you to be the keynote speaker of today's conference. And the second is for Dr. Linde Tan. Yes, please give a round of applause one more time, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Thank you for Ms. Linda Tan and also Ms. Rima and also Ms. Erlina for guiding the session. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, before we continue to the next presentation session, I would like to invite the representative of Universitas Wijaya Kusuma, the Dean of Language and Science Faculty of Universitas Wijaya Kusuma as our co-host to come to the stage. And we would like to invite Mr. Brahmi, also Ibu Fardini, to hand over the certificate to our co-host as an appreciation. To our co-host, Universitas Wijaya Kusuma, Surabaya. Thank you very much for joining us, for becoming our co-host. Terima kasih Bapak Dekan. Selanjutnya, we also would like to show the online certificate to our second co-host, Universitas Negeri Jember. It will be shown on the screen. Baik, kita masih menunggu online certificate untuk Universitas Negeri Jember sebagai co-host kita selain Universitas Wijaya Kusuma. Yes, this is the certificate of appreciation to Universitas Jember. Please give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Terima kasih banyak. And let's move to the second presentation. We have a panel session with Associate Professor Dr. Aziah Binti Ismail and also Professor Dwi Pujiastuti MA PhD. And the session will be moderated by Ms. Karisma Naidi Warnanda MPD. Ms. Karisma, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the second plenary sessions of the third International Conference on Education, ICEdu 2024. This conference is organized by the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, University of Muhammadiyah Malang, along with Universitas Jember and Universitas Wijaya Kusuma as the co-host. My name is Karisma Naidiwarnanda, and it is a great pleasure for me to be the moderator of this loving agenda. This agenda is held to enhance the participants' understanding and awareness of the subject matters by exposing them to the new ideas, perspectives in the field of education. Also to inspire and motivate participants to think critically, challenge existing beliefs, and explore innovative ideas to nurture critical thinking and global citizenship. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before our start our sessions, I would like to give you some information. First, we are using hybrid mode for our conference, and there are several participants, both online and offline mode. And then second, if you join this conference by Zoom meeting, so you can talk to us or ask questions during the webinar by using the chat box or raise your hand button to ask the questions. For the participants in this venue, you may raise your hand and have questions at the end of the sessions. And then we have two invited speakers here for the presentations, and then our speakers will present for about 30 minutes each, and then followed by Q&A sessions for 10 minutes. Okay, so everyone ready? Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, in this occasions, we have two speakers who are already with us. We have Associate Professor Dr. Azia Ismail from University Sains Malaysia and Professor Dr. Anda Dwi Puji Astuti MA PhD from Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang. Okay, good morning, Dr. Azia. Good morning, Prof. Puji. Okay, I would like to read a brief introductions of our speaker's profile today. First, we have Associate Professor Dr. Azia Ismail from University Sains Malaysia. Dr. Azia Ismail holds the positions of Associate Professor at the School of Educational Studies, University Sains Malaysia. Her interests in research encompass educational leadership, management, and policy, alongside human resource development and higher education policy, management, and development. She mainly focuses on leadership development within various contexts, including novice leaders, teachers, and marginalized groups such as women and indigenous peoples. Dr. Azia's research has been published in local and international index and non-index journals. Additionally, she also serves as a reviewer for numerous journals, articles, and examiners' master's and PhD theses. And then second, we have Professor Dr. Anda Dwi Puji Astuti MA PhD from Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang. Professor Dr. Anda Dwi Puji Astuti MA PhD has 30 years and more of experience in English teaching and learning in Indonesia context. She also teach undergraduate and postgraduate students and successfully supervised more than 100 of them to completions. She concerns in educational innovations and change, educational leadership, school development, and improvement. She also has served and continues to provide community service for teachers' professional development projects and consultancy for monitoring school learning environments in some schools, solely or under the fund of the theme of the Directorate of Higher Education. All right, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, so let me invite our first invited speaker, Dr. Azia. The screen is yours.
Can you hear me? Right, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Can you hear me?
Yes, clearly.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Karisma, as our moderator for this session today. Assalamualaikum and good morning. to all guests and participants. Thank you for inviting me as a invited speaker for this international conference on education. I think our two previous speakers talk about teaching and learning, especially about scaffolding and augmented reality. But in my presentation, I will bring you to a different domain of education, which is educational management and leadership. And I think all of you are employee and will become employees. So you will familiar with leadership and management as we will practice it or we are practicing it daily. Okay. So my presentation is entitled Fostering Global Citizenship Elements to Enhance Well-being in School. And this presentation actually will focuses on how school leader can foster global citizenship education elements to create a culture in organizational well-being in the school they lead. And I think I will explain it in my presentation later on. Before I start my presentation, let me introduce myself. I'm a lecturer in School of Educational Studies. We train teachers and we also offer a master's and PhD courses. And I'm glad to share with you that USM is ranked as is fourth in global rank for sustainability. So we promote sustainability, and I also a trainer of global citizenship education in Malaysia. Okay, in Indonesia, your center is in Bandung. I forgot about the name of the university, but in Malaysia we have it in USM. So we call it as a GCC USM, and it's funded by ICEdu, UNESCO. So we previously we just finished our second global citizenship education conference. So we train teachers and educators about global citizenship education, and this is what I want to bring it today in my presentation. This is me. So in my presentation, I will divide it into three main parts. The first one, I will talk about global citizenship, the concept and its importance. The second part is about organizational well-being, the concept and the model. And the third part is leadership. And I will answer the research question, which is how extensively do school leaders in Malaysia apply global citizenship education to promote organizational well-being in the school that they lead? So what is actually global citizenship? I cited it from UNESCO because UNESCO is the main organization promoted global citizenship. It is an umbrella term for social, political, environmental, and economic action of globally minded individuals and communities on a worldwide scale. And the term can refer to the belief that individuals are members of multiple, diverse, local, and non-local network rather than single actor affecting a isolated society. Promoting global citizenship in sustainable development will allow individuals to embrace their social responsibility to act for the benefit of all societies, not just their own, which is mean that this term emphasizes the interconnectedness of people across various local and non-local networks, and moving beyond the notion of isolated societies or single actors. We are not living in isolated society. We are interconnected. And in this framework, global citizens recognize their roles and responsibility in contributing to global well-being. And I think many of us as educators, as individuals who involved in education, we know about SDG. We have 17 SDGs promoted by UNESCO. And if we look into 17 SDGs, we have actually can divided it into three main sphere, which is biosphere, society, and economy. And to achieve these 17 SDGs, we need global citizenship. And who are the global citizen? It's us. Okay? Not other one, it's us as a human who live in this earth, on this earth. So, what is the connection between global citizenship and SDG? Actually, as a global citizen, we are responsible to achieve the 17 SDGs. But to have the global citizen, to realize the global citizenship concept in every human in the world, it's embedded in Sustainable Development Goal 2 SDG 4, which is education, quality education, which is ensuring inclusive and quality education for all and promote lifelong learning. And in this SDG 4, global citizenship is a target. Okay, it's become one of the aims of SDG 4. And according to UNESCO, by 2030, the international community has agreed to ensure that all learners, meaning to say future generation, acquire the knowledge and skills needed to promote sustainable development, including global citizenship. And educational institutions have a responsibility to promote global citizenship by teaching their students that they are members of a large global community and can use their skill and education to contribute to that community. And to be specific, in SDG, we have many targets, and global citizenship is under the target 4.7, education for sustainable development and global citizenship. And for that, as I mentioned, in this target, it stated that by 2030, ensure that all learners acquire the knowledge and skills needed to promote sustainable development, including, among others, through education for sustainable development and sustainable lifestyles, human rights, gender equality, promotion of a culture of peace and non-violence, global citizenship, and appreciation of cultural diversity and of cultures' contribution to sustainable development. This is global citizenship comes in. So this is as cited from UIS 2020. Is also about SDG 4, specifically SDG 4.7. When we talk about global citizenship, we also relate it to global citizenship education. It is a process to nurture the values of global citizenship. So GSET nurtures respect for all, building a sense of belonging to a common humanity and helping learners become responsible and active global citizens. And GSET aims to empower learners to assume active roles to face and resolve global challenges and to become proactive contributors to a more peaceful, tolerant, and inclusive and secure world. Actually, when we talk about global citizenship, it's actually aims for peace in the world. Okay, peace in the world. So for GSET, we have three domains actually. Okay, the first one is head. We talk about head. It represents the cognitive. The cognitive is refer to knowledge and thinking skills necessary to better understand the world and its complexity. The second domain is heart. Heart relate to social emotional, which refer to values, attitudes, and social skills that enable learners to develop develop effectively, psychosocially and physically, and to enable them to live together with others respectfully and peacefully. And the third one is N, behavioral. It's referred to conduct, performance, practical, application, and engagement. And these three domains is actually interlinked and it must be integrated in learning process. When I give training to educators, we talk about we must know first. Okay, we must know first what is global citizenship, what's the value behind the global citizenship, and from what we know, it touch our heart and we will act from what we feel. So under the knowledge, under the domains, actually there are 7 elements of GSET that every people need to know. Actually, it's not specifically you must know the 7 elements. This is I took from Oxfam. They specifically mentioned about 7 elements, but if you refer to other organizations which actively promoted about global citizenship, such as ICEdu, maybe in US, I forgot the name, but they also have elements of GSET, but when I compare them, they have similarities. So I focus on 7 elements which introduced by Oxfam. Okay, the 7 elements is about human right. You must know about the human right, what the right that people have as a human, as a student, as a worker, so on and so forth. Okay, about sustainable development. In this element, we focus on environment. Okay, peace and conflict, identity and diversity, globalization and interdependency, social justice and equity, and power and governance. All these elements must be in our knowledge. Okay, we must know this element to teach about to practicing global citizenship education to become global citizen. So I've explained about global citizenship, and I move to the next part, which is what is organizational well-being. Organizational well-being is actually the overall health and effectiveness of an organization, encompasses various aspects including employee satisfaction, mental and physical health, work-life balance, and a positive workplace culture. And when an organization prioritizes well-being, it promotes a supportive environment that encourages productivity, collaboration, and personal growth, ultimately leading to better performance and success. When we want to work, we want to have a good environment of work. We want a good workplace, so we can bloom, we can growth in our profession. So that's why organizational well-being is very important in workplace. Okay, and according to Brown, 2000 et al. 2011, there are 3 types of well-being, which is physical well-being, psychosocial well-being, and workplace well-being. Physical well-being and psychosocial well-being, we need it, but it's not specifically in workplace. We can have it, we need it in our daily life, so on and so forth, but workplace well-being is specifically focuses on symptoms directly related to employee behavior in relation to their job and work environment, such as commitment, attendance, job satisfaction, motivation, and so on. If you are not happy to be in the organization, or the organizational, we don't have any elements of well-being there, so we become demotivated to go to work. It will affect our performance, so on and so forth. Okay, and I think for this one, Brown, Devi Ratih, et al. 2020 characterized the workplace well-being as a subjective and intangible aspect of well-being that exists within the work environment. And why they talk about workplace well-being as a subjective and intangible? We cannot see it, but we feel it. Okay, it's intangible. Okay, it's very subjective. Sometimes people happy in this environment, but sometimes people not happy in that environment. Okay, they emphasize that while it may not be visibly apparent, workplace well-being significantly influences overall performance and contributes to the long-term sustainability of an organization. It's closely related to performance, individual and organization. Okay. So this is the model of work well-being at work by Fisher 2014. We can see there are 3 layers here, like an onion. So the outer layer, we can see social well-being at work and eudaimonic well-being at work. So if these two fulfill, workers or employee become satisfied in their work, and it will reduce the negative effect in at work, and eventually it will positively affect the work. So I move to the third part, which is leader and leadership. Everyone, when I say leadership, they know what is the leadership. But I want to just refresh your knowledge about leadership and leaders. A leader is an individual who guides, influences, and inspires a group or organization toward achieving goals. And leadership is the process of guiding and influencing individuals or group toward achieving common goals. It encompasses various practices, skills, and qualities that enable a leader to inspire, motivate, and empower others. Leader is the individual, leadership is the process. So when we practicing leadership, actually, it's relate to, do you practice or do you embed or integrate GSET in your leadership practice or not, which eventually lead to well-being in the organization. So the importance of leadership in practicing the GSET to promote well-being, I've summarized it into 2 main points. The first one is vision and advocacy. For a strong leadership, actually, it's established a clear vision for GSET, advocating for its integration into educational and community frameworks. And this vision inspires collective action, ensuring that global citizenship values are prioritized, ultimately leading to a more informed and engaged society that values well-being for all. And the second one is empowerment and collaboration. Effective leaders empower individuals and community to take ownership of their roles as global citizens. And by fostering collaboration among diverse stakeholders, leaders create inclusive environment that enhance social cohesion and promote well-being, enabling collective efforts to address global challenges. So in my study, I use phenomenology studies, which I focus on interview as my main data collection technique. And my respondent is 21 school principal who are school leader for secondary schools in Malaysia. Sorry. So my finding, I've analyzed it. I've analyzed the data based on 7 elements. So the 7 elements of GSET became my themes of my analysis. So we go for human right first. Based on the response that I've got from my respondent, among their practice which reflect to human resource is one, they try to create conducive environment for their workers and students. Conducive work environment, conducive learning environment. The second one is about professional development. They encourage their staff to develop their professional development, their professionalism. And all staff have their opportunity for career development. Okay, and some respondents talk about they provide school transfer support for teachers who live far from their spouses. In Malaysia, some of marriage couple, teachers usually separated from their spouse because one of a wife, for instance, wife teach in northern part of Peninsula Malaysia, and the husband maybe teach in southern part. So this is separated marriage couple. So if it's happen, if it's exists in school, my respondent said that they try their best to help the wife or the husband to transfer into the same district or same if I said same state, it's still far, so same district actually, same place, same location, sorry. And they also offer assistance to prospective student, and my respondents always talk about empowerment. Empowerment not only in decision making, but they empower their teacher. They trust their teacher in to be creative and innovative in their teaching. Okay. The second theme is related to sustainable development. For this, focusing on environment sustainable development. My respondent mentioned about they implement environmentally sustainable practices such as reducing waste, conserving energy, and sourcing responsibly. Engage employees in sustainability initiative. They have 3 Rs: reduce, reuse, recycle, and they also engage with community service for sustainability activities such as clean rivers, beaches, and hawker areas. For peace and conflict, what they are doing right now is implementing changes in organization gradually to avoid stress among staff and student. And for principals who have recently transitioned to a new school, they uphold current policies before introducing any new ones, specifically regarding micro policies, make decision fairly while considering all perspectives, and prevent conflict by remaining objective in their responsibilities and avoiding favoritism. This is a very dangerous aspect, favoritism. Okay, for identity and diversity, as you know that in Malaysia we have multicultural, multi-races. So what they are doing right now is recognize the festivals celebrated by teachers and students of various races and religions. We celebrate Chinese New Year, we celebrate Hari Raya, we celebrate Lebaran, we celebrate Deepavali, so on and so forth. Okay. They also mentioned about show empathy for teachers who need to drop off and pick up their children from school. And the school offer a flexible schedule to help them fulfill their responsibilities as both parents and educators. And some schools provide exhibition space for students to explore the diversity of races, religion, and cultures in this country, in Malaysia. And for globalization and interdependency, what I can pick up from the response given by my respondent, they mention about promote professional learning communities in school, because we are interdependent. We are not, we think we are the best teacher, but there are another knowledge. There are not other knowledge that we don't have. We don't master it. So we need somebody to share their knowledge with us. So this is why they promote PLCs in school. Invite external parties to conduct information sharing session for teachers and students, especially lecturers, expert in teaching strategies and approach. And they also recognize the expertise of certain teachers within the school to mentor others, particularly new teachers. They mention about mentoring system, senior teachers to junior teachers. For social justice, what I can pick up is they talk about openness to receiving different opinions from their teachers and also sometimes students, investigating the personal background of staff and students to gain a deeper understanding of them. This is what I can relate to paternal leadership. They mention about sometimes we judge students or teachers without knowing what is happening at the behind of the story, meaning to say they need to know in depth why they do this and why they do that, okay, before give their judgment. And they also seek to assist students and teachers who are struggling or going through tough time. This is emotional support. And for power and governance, all of my respondents talk about lead by example. They try to become the best example for their subordinate. Okay, and the principal should practicing lifelong learning. Don't be obsolete. Don't use any obsolete knowledge. They said that you need to be updated with leadership approach, leadership strategy, so on and so forth. Avoid misuse power. Foster leadership skills in teachers and students, because a good leaders can create or produce many leaders under their leadership. And they also talk about maintain relationship with stakeholders. So what implication, what can we imply from the finding? The first one is enhance social responsibility and inclusivity by promoting GSET. Educational institution instill a sense of social responsibility in students and staff. This fosters inclusivity and respect for diverse perspectives, which can enhance organizational well-being by creating a positive, respectful environment for collaboration. The second one is about leadership and empowerment. Effective leadership can incorporate global citizenship education principles, promotes empowerment and collaboration. School leaders can create an inclusive environment where both staff and students take ownership of their roles, contributing to a culture of shared responsibility and well-being. And the third one is sustainable practices and global awareness. Integrating GSET into school practices encourages sustainable development and global awareness. School that implements environmentally responsible practices and engage in community-based sustainability initiatives can improve the physical and mental well-being of staff and students by fostering a sense of purpose and collective contribution. So what I can conclude from this study is leaders play a crucial role in fostering GSET by setting a clear vision for its integration into school framework. They advocate for GSET principle, ensuring inclusivity, social responsibility, and collaboration. Effective leaders empower students and staff, creating an environment where they can actively contribute to global challenges and enhance organizational well-being. And by modeling lifelong learning, promoting sustainability, and fostering a culture of respect and diversity, leaders significantly shaped the success of GSET, guiding the entire community toward a more peaceful, equitable, and sustainable future. Thank you for listening. So I pass it over to the moderator.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Azia, for giving such an informative and comprehensive presentations. And now we would like to continue with our next invited speaker. Let me invite Professor Dr. Anda Dwi Pujiastuti MA PhD, and then the topic is about the future of English and English educations for global citizenship. Prof. Puji, the floor is yours.
Tes. Thank you. I stand up. May I move? PPT-nya. All right. Okay. Thank you so much, the committee, and I'm really happy to meet you here on the ICEdu, the International Conference on Education in this university. And this year, I'm invited to be one of the speakers. And just to bear in my mind, if I'm not mistaken, the committee remind me that I only have about 20 minutes to deliver my talk, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Today I'm going to talk about slide yang pertama, the first, yes. I'm going to talk about the future of English and English education for global citizenship. And before proceed, I'm going to introduce myself. I'm Dwi Pujiastuti. You may call me Bu Puji or Bu Dwi. It's up to you, really. And I'm a teacher at English department in this university. I've been teaching in this university for about 30 years, probably more. And the future of English and English education for global citizenship. Here in my second slide, I present the outline of my talks. Yeah, I only highlight 3 things. I'm not going to be long, yeah, because you are going to feel bored with my voices. Yeah. The first, I'm going to talk about the benefits of English, and then I try to relate the benefit of English with vulnerable groups. Yeah, vulnerable group. I mean here is a group with no access of English, and then what role we can play, what role we can take in global society to assist and to empower the vulnerable groups here. All right, before that, I'm going to present the next slide, Mas. All right, the key term. Yeah, basically, this key term is very important because I'm going to use throughout the discussion. The first key term is vulnerable group or the vulnerability. Right. A vulnerable group is a group who are at a disadvantage because they possess an inherent quality or the status they occupy. Some common example of vulnerable group in society include here people with low incomes, elderly people, orang tua, uninsured people, homeless, racial or ethnic minorities, people in prison, migrant worker, pregnant women, people in LGBT communities, and also kids or children. Yeah. In this occasion, I specifically will talk about the migrant workers. The migrant workers who are forced to move from their country to another country to get better life opportunity or to get better job opportunities. All right. And then the other things that I would like to define in this occasion is the global citizenship. This refer to individuals who are members of multiple, diverse, local and non-local network rather than single actor affecting isolated societies. Promoting global citizenship will allow individuals to embrace their social responsibility to act for the benefit of all society, not just their own. All right, the next slide. All right, now on the outline of the talks, first I'm going to talk about the benefit of being able to understand and to communicate in English. Yeah, first I would like to talk about this. But before then, I'm going to present the number of the number of English users worldwide. There are about 1,453 million of English users worldwide. And this number is divided into two categories. The first category is native user of English. Native user of English here, 373 million or 25.7%. Borrowing cultural terminology, this native user of English belongs to inner circle. The inner circle country include New Zealand, Canada, Australia, and then Australia, United States, and British. Yeah, they belong to inner circle. And then the other category is non-native speaking user. The number is 1,080 million user of English, especially non-native speakers. Borrowing also cultural terminology, this belong to outer and expanding circle. Yeah. And this number, 180 million here, continue to increase in the next future because they realize the importance or the benefit of speaking English. Jadi kalau ada yang tidak berbahasa Inggris probably masih, dikatakan vulnerable group ya di sini. Ya, saya harap bisa belajar bahasa Inggris juga. Alright. In addition to that, the number of non-native speaking user, the number is significantly greater than the number of native user itself. Yeah, the number is greater. Again, I just want to highlight they realize the importance and the benefit of being able to speak and to communicate in English. All right, the next. This is the infographic chart, especially talking about the benefit. I think everyone here or the guests here can always find out the benefit of being able to communicate in English in different sources. Yeah, I cannot provide or present all from all sources because of the limited time given to me. So I only provide in one slide here the benefit of being able to speak English. We can see that when you are bilingual here means that you both speak your local language and English. You are preferred by 88% employers. So employer prefer to choose bilingual people because you know that when you are able to speak English, it's easy to solve the problem because you can communicate your problem to the employer or the other employees. So it can be solved the problem easily when you can communicate what happened. All right, and then the other advantages is employees who can speak English anticipate a pay increase up to 20%. The other data here, almost 100% there. Yeah, almost 100%. It's surprising, very surprising. 97%. Yeah, the exact number, not 100%, but almost. Yeah, 97% respondent in another study said being able to speak English made their travel simpler and easier. Why is that? Everyone here, I guess everyone here dream of traveling overseas, yeah? Because when you travel overseas, it enrich your cultural knowledge, not only enrich your cultural knowledge, but also it develops your cultural awareness. You also have a chance to see the beauty of other countries in addition to see the beauty of your countries. All right, and then the next slide. Now, yeah, audience, we should realize that when we are able to speak English, in the other part of the world, there are many people who are not speaking English, who do not have access to English. Yeah, as I mentioned before, those who are not access to English is categorized atau is called as low English proficiency or LAP, or no English proficiency or NAP. LAP, they have LAP and NAP symptom. Yeah, especially for migrant workers, especially for migrant workers with lab and NAP symptom. Let me give you the example. People from Guatemala or Ecuador move from their country to United States. Majority these people have lab and NAP symptom. Not only that, people from Spanish, a number of people from Spanish moved to United States. Also, significant number people from Chinese and Vietnamese, and also from Philippines or Filipinos. They usually move to United States with majority with lab and NAP symptom. So, you know that they experience what I call as a discrimination at work. Discrimination at work. Here what I present is just a view data. But if you can explore or read or find another data, it's always more than what I present here. 14% people who don't speak English or employees who don't speak English or migrant worker, what I mean here, is experience harassed or threatened by other senior employees. 21% have less control over work hours, and then also 25% paid unfairly for all hours they have worked. Still, 38% are given fewer opportunities for job promotion. However, the disadvantages is not just at the workplace. In another sector, can you please move the next slide, Mas? The next slide, yeah. They also experience discrimination in health sector. In health sector. First, migrant worker, when they experience serious ailment or the serious illness, usually placed in regular room instead of the emergency room. Why does it matter? Yes, it matters a lot. Because people who put in emergency room usually have a priority treatment or a continual observation of their condition, so that when they have continual observation of the condition, speedy recovery is expected to occur. And then also, the migrant worker had a healthcare visit within the past year. So along the year, they don't go to the healthcare provider because they are very anxious to communicate the symptom of the body or what happened with the body. They cannot communicate it. So along the year, then after the last year visit, then they don't go again to medical provider. And therefore, due to the, rare visit to medical provider, therefore, their health is fair or even poorer. Not only in health sector, the next slide, they also experience disadvantages in variety of setting and interaction. These migrant workers, for example here, almost 30 or even less than 30%, Ya, for example, 22% with the struggle of English, dengan struggle Englishnya, mereka bisa report a crime or get help from the police. And then 25% with the struggle of English, of course, apply for government financial help. And another 75%, they are not able to communicate or apply for the government financial help. This is all the disadvantages. And also, it is not about Spanish moving to United States or Guatemala moving to United States. In Indonesia especially, when I'm talking here, in Indonesia, our context, we still have a lot of migrant worker moving to Malaysia, to Singapore, Dubai, Saudi Arabia, and Hong Kong with lab and NAP symptom, dengan simptom yang seperti itu. Alright, and then the next. Okay, as English student, probably here, there is also English student at Muhammadiyah University or other university, and as English educators, what should we do to empower, to assist those vulnerable group in order they can survive in other country, do the employment, and also have better education. Right. Before the last slide, I guess, I have the experience. I was accessing to social media. My social media is Facebook. At that time, it was announced, diumumkan that they recruit people from across the globe, to give the English training for Ukrainians. You know the case happened in Ukraine, is they are forced to move outside of the countries due to conflict or the war happens in the country. And the majority of Ukrainians, when they move outside, they wait lab and NAP symptom. So I agree, because I myself, as an English educator, want to function beyond the classroom. Want to function myself beyond the classroom. Not only in the classroom, but beyond that. So I agree with the training, but this is voluntary, volunteer, voluntarily. We have to bear in our mind that when we provide English training to migrant workers, we should have flexible and inclusive training schedule. Why? Because they have their own activities. Some of them are still working in the country before they move outside. Some of them looking after their family, the kids, and so on. Some students probably have more flexible schedule. So therefore, having like inclusive training schedule should be, planned. If English department, whether English University or other university, di Universitas Negeri Jember atau Universitas Kusuma Wijaya Kusuma, I think, kita bisa take part here. It's not just because when we work as a lecturers or whatever we work, it is not about the money. It's our position in society. Posisi kita di society. It's not about the money. Okay, and then, of course, we also can invite to have personalized or customized learning plan. Some of the migrant workers may need only communication or speaking skill. Some others probably need the 4 skill of English. Some other probably also need only basic vocabularies. Tidak sama. So customize, even if you apply for volunteer job as as an English trainer, they won't give you a big number of students. It is not big size of class. Usually one-on-one teaching or one-on-one meeting. And it is not really difficult nowadays, especially the leveraging technology for online training. Yeah, we have Zoom meeting, we have Google Meet platform that we can always utilize for the English training. Nowadays, to connect with the global society is not really a big deal or a big problems. And then inviting native speaker, I think because I have already mentioned that English is not only doesn't belong to native user, but also non-native user. Number 3 here is only suggestion, but it is not the obligation. Yes, so right now with the technology advancement, we can always connect with people outside of the country to play more roles, not only in our classroom. Next, the last slide. I love this quote. Before I stop, I have this quote. Yeah? The growth of English medium instruction worldwide has famously been described as unstoppable train. Unstoppable train. So, harusnya kita belajar bahasa Inggris because this is a tool for you to connect with outside of the world. As unstoppable train, this is from Macro 2015. Unstoppable train sweeping enthusiastic policy maker and educators off their feet as they chart toward a truly internationalized future. I love, because the message here is so powerful. This is the end of my presentation. Recommendation, question, if I can answer, and then suggestion, opinion, mostly welcome. Thank you very much.
Okay, please give applause, everyone. Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Puji, for giving such a wonderful presentations. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to have Q&A session. If you would like to ask questions, feel free to ask your questions. Maybe, okay? Okay, please don't forget to mention your name and your institutions.
Okay, thank you very much. So let me introduce myself. My name is Fitri Yuliana. I am from Universitas Negeri Yogyakarta. Here I have a question, but before that, thank you very much, Prof. Puji, for the explanation. It's really insightful. So, like what you have explained just now, that English is important and it has so many advantages. But if I saw in my environment, there are still academics or students that regard English is not important. So my question is how to make them realize the importance of English, because if I can say too that now everything English. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Miss Juliana from UNY. Okay, maybe second questions. Okay, so Prof. Puji will directly answer the questions. How to make students realize how important is English? Yes. Because some of the students realize that English is not really important, then how to make them realize that English is actually important?
Yeah, how important you realize English is, having a lot of benefit when you are speaking English. I'm not sure how to answer this question, how to realize, yeah. Probably this is just my story, yeah. Probably this is just my story. There are data actually. When you access to the internet, yeah, many of the content on the website are written in English. Do you think that it is not enough to make you realize that English is important? Yeah, do you think it is not enough? When you travel overseas, when you do not have access to English, yes, indeed, you can still have the artificial intelligence to help you, yeah, to find out a way or to find out a transport, yeah. It is the second data, for example. However, when you depend on the artificial intelligence and you ask the AI to translate what you want, it takes a lot of time. And by the time you finish and understand that, because it was translated by the AI, probably your flight has already, or the gate to the flight has already been closed. I feel also that the student, many of them did not realize, I feel also that, because as the English department, because I'm teaching at the English department, the number of people studying English is getting low and low. Probably because they don't like English or what, they didn't see how important is English. But probably we also need to develop a pathway so that students not only study in a class, but teachers like me need to, relate the real life situation. The real life situation. Ini loh bahasa Inggris tidak hanya dipelajari di kelas, speakingnya di kelas, ya. Relate with the real life situation. The second factor, also, I feel that students did not yet realize the importance of English is, let me think first. When I talk with students, why you choose English department, what motivates you, what encourages you? Many of them mengatakan memilih bahasa Inggris, ya. You choose English because you don't pass to be accepted in other department, non-English department. Ya, seharusnya saya tidak milih bahasa Inggris. Nah, ini kan menunjukkan tidak realize-nya ya. Padahal kalau kita gali, if we try to explore and dig down, when you are able to speak, especially English. Why? Because English unites. Now unite the world. The global world can be united with English. Memang dipelajari other language, but however people sudah terbiasa English is the international language. It affects everything. The way we connect with outside of the world. Itu. Mengapa tidak sadar? I don't know if my answer can satisfy your question.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Puji. Please give applause, everyone. Okay, maybe one more questions from the audience. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, the moderator, who has given me an opportunity firstly to ask a questions. Yeah, my question is addressed to Professor Dr. Aziah Ismail. This is about what's that? Global citizenship. Global citizenship. Yeah, for me, this is like talking about the policy of the policymaker regarding how to enhance well-being at the school area. My question is, how does the integrations of digital technology in online learning can influence the global citizenship development in the school? And then what are the challenges or maybe the opportunities arise for well-being, particularly around digital equity and also the online safety? Because nowadays in the educational area, we are forced to any element and school to aware about the digital technology, but still limited research regarding the equity and also the safety of the online, of the technology of education itself, or maybe about the digital technology itself. Thank you. This is my questions.
Okay, thank you so much, Ibu Fardini. Okay, Dr. Azia, so you may have directly answer the questions from the audience.
Okay, I'll try to answer the question. It's about global citizenship. Actually, it's not a policy. It's a practice. It's a values. For instance, in Indonesia, when we talk about global citizenship, we try to embed Pancasila in your life, in your daily life. So this is global citizenship. We try to be a good citizen, not only to our country, not only to our neighborhood, but also to the world. So we don't only concern about our neighbor, our sibling, our friends, our countrymate, but also to the world. So to make it correct, this is not the policy. This is the concept that we need to embed in ourselves. It's about we want to be a better human who live in the world, and we try to be a good human to make other human life better. That's the global citizenship, because we are interconnected world. So when we relate to digital technology, actually digital technology is under quality of education, SDG 4. We try to give opportunity to our student to have the experience what other student in other country, in other school, the experience. For instance, in previous speech, we talk about AI, we talk about AR, and even when we talk about LCD and computer and about PowerPoint, some of school are disadvantaged. They don't have the technology actually. But this is the digital, the global citizenship values. Some of leaders who try to give the opportunity to their student in their school. Some of them try to get try the best that they can get, they can do to give the opportunity. For instance, in my study, one of school in rural area, they don't have any electricity, they don't have any facilities, they don't have any what you call it, infrastructure. They are incomplete because they are aboriginal school. They are aboriginal people school. They are located in very remote area. But what did the school principal do is they try to create an ICT room. It's only one ICT room in that school. The principal try to get donation from any stakeholders to develop this room, and they use a generator to give the opportunity for their student, the student in that particular school, to experience what we call it as a digital technology. So they can have, teachers can use this room in rotation. Okay, this is what we call the spirit of global citizen. We try not to let our student become left behind from student in other school. This is the what I need. I can say about digital leadership that relate to digital technology that relate to global citizenship. And when we talk about digital, when I listen to AI, when I listen to AR, me myself also think in my mind that, oh, this is only applicable in in certain area which has complete facilities and infrastructure. But for those who are in remote area, in rural area, and I think many of us also can see during our COVID-19 pandemic, COVID-19, yes, the equity cannot be, we cannot achieve the equity for all students, but we can try our best to give them the quality experience, the quality education experience as we can. That's what I can comment to the question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Azia, for the insightful answer. Okay, everyone, now we've come to an end of these sessions, of this second plenary sessions. Thank you for being part of today's insightful and engaging agenda. We have covered a wealth of knowledge and had the privilege of hearing from our wonderful speakers who shared their expertise and experiences. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to our speakers whose insights have enlightened us and inspired us in many ways. So thank you so much for being so engaging in this today's agenda. Telah saya say, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Ms. Karisma, for guiding the session. Thank you, Ibu Puji, and also Ibu Azia. We would like to hand over the certificate to our invited speaker. So we invite Mr. Brahmi as the head of the committee to hand over the certificate to Ibu Puji. Yes, Bapak Ibu, let's take a look to the certificate conferred to Ibu Profesor Dwi Pujiastuti. Please give a big round of applause. Thank you, Ibu Puji, for the informative presentation. And the second, we would like to show the online certificate for Associate Professor Dr. Aziah binti Ismail. This is the e-certificate for Associate Professor Dr. Aziah Ismail. Please give her a big round of applause to Ibu Aziah. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you, Bapak Ibu. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session we have Mr. Brian Fairman, PhD, and also Professor Dr. Muhammad Syaifuddin, MM. And the session will be moderated by Mr. Trias Tamawira Atmaja, SS, MSE. The time is yours.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our third session in our plenary session. So it's an honor for me to be your moderator for today's sessions, and let us welcome our speakers for today's event. The first one is Brian Fairman from James Cook University, Australia, and he possessed an expertise in the Indonesian context, so especially about lately he focused on Indonesian vocational education, training system, and human capability program. So he's quite proficient with Indonesia. And then he is able to speak Indonesian fluently, if I'm not mistaken, because he possessed several experiences related to Indonesian context. And the second one, we have esteemed speaker from our own university, Professor Muhammad Syaifuddin, MM. Currently, he serves as the head of Learning Innovation Institute at University of Muhammadiyah, Malang. And he has an expertise in the field of assessment, especially in mathematics educations. Okay, for today's session, I would like to give the first opportunity to Bapak Muhammad Syaifuddin to present his topic. Since his expertise revolves around the RO assessment, today he is going to deliver a topic about evaluations of the implementations of continuous assessment in mathematics learning study at senior high school. So for the first session will be given to Bapak Syaifuddin, and the second one will be given to Brian. He's going to talk about Jodipan and the power of service learning. So for the first session, I'd like to give the first opportunity to Bapak Muhammad Syaifuddin. Bapak Syaifuddin, the screen is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Trias. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang Bapak Ibu sekalian. Good afternoon everyone are in hall UMM race and Zoom meeting. Now I will present of my research title Evaluation of Implementation of Continuous Assessment in Mathematics Learning, case study at Senior High School in Malang. Bapak Ibu, mungkin bahasanya saya kombinasikan ya, karena memang saya bukan jurusan bahasa Inggris itu. my research was focusing on how continuous assessment is implemented in mathematics class in senior high school in Malang. Let's begin to explore the background of the study. Some important point in the background of the study there are 4 aspects. The first one, the importance of assessment in mathematics learning. Maybe all audience still remember that the assessment is an integral part of the learning process, particularly in mathematics education. It serves not only to measure how well students grasp mathematical concept, but also to provide feedback that help teachers adjust their instructional approach. Through assessment, teacher can identify students' strengths and weaknesses, as well as their individual learning needs, enabling more effective teaching. Proper assessment ensure that students achieve the expected competencies outlined in the curriculum and help in the tracking and can help the tracking progress toward learning outcome student. And the second one, continuous assessment is one of assessment principle. Is crucial in mathematics learning. Why? Because continuous assessment provide a comprehensive view of student progress over time. Unlike traditional assessment that focus solely on final outcome, CA emphasizes the learning process. Jadi continuous assessment itu ada menekankan pada proses ya, proses penilaian, tidak hanya pada hasil akhir, Through CA, teacher can continuously monitor student performance, give regular feedback, and adjust their teaching strategies based on student ongoing progress. Continuous assessment enables early identification of learning difficulties, allowing timely intervention that support more inclusive and responsive teaching. In the third, actually assessment have impact on student learning outcome. In mathematics education, assessment not only evaluate final result, but also evaluate the student critical thinking, for example, problem solving in mathematics, analytical skill, for example. Analytical skill is very important in mathematics problem solving. CA in particular allows students to active engage in their own learning process through frequent feedback. Jadi kalau dalam proses pembelajaran guru itu memberikan feedback yang bagus melalui proses continuous assessment itu, maka keterlibatan siswa untuk kemudian mencoba mengimprove kompetensinya itu akan selalu dapat dimonitor, dikembangkan terus-menerus. Jadi dengan cara itu, this ongoing evaluation help build student intrinsic motivation. Jadi dengan cara seperti itu maka akan membangun ya motivasi dari dalam siswa itu untuk meningkatkan progres kompetensinya dari waktu ke waktu, dari waktu ke waktu. Nah, some challenges in implementing continuous assessment in mathematics learning, for example, ya, all teacher shown that continuous assessment increase workload for the teacher. Ya, beban kerja ya, beban kerjanya itu bertambah kan gitu ya. Jadi kalau Prof Puji itu asesmennya banyak itu kapan mikir yang lain misalkan gitu ya. Kapan mikir yang lain itu. Ya. Kemudian juga ada require more time for preparing, administering, and analyzing assessment. Termasuk di dalamnya di sini adalah memberikan feedback tadi. Ya, memberikan feedback. Give feedback for student. Mana yang sudah berhasil dia kerjakan dan mana yang belum berhasil dia selesaikan sebagai contoh. Di samping itu, there are some lack. Ya. For example here, many schools face limitation in infrastructure and resources, such as lack of access to technology, for example. The second one, lack of clear guideline, and the third, lack of or insufficient training for teacher. Jadi ada beberapa challenges ya, tantangan-tantangan untuk menerapkan continuous assessment itu. Pertama ya akses terhadap teknologi, kemudian juga kompetensi di bidang teknologi yang berkaitan dengan assessment, termasuk juga pedoman, panduan. Itu di sekolah itu secara eksplisit itu memang belum ada panduan yang jelas bagaimana menerapkan continuous assessment yang berkelanjutan itu. At the end of the introduction, we want to explain about the state of the art, gap, and novelty for this research. Actually, continuous assessment has been extensively discussed in global education literature, with numerous studies highlighting its effectiveness in improving learning outcome. However, the application of CA in the context of Indonesian senior high school, particularly in mathematics learning, has not been thoroughly explored. Jadi terbatas Bapak itu di Indonesia. Di beberapa negara itu ada di Taiwan, Nigeria, negara-negara Afrika, termasuk Cina itu mengeksplor bagaimana implementasi continuous assessment itu baik di level perguruan tinggi sekolah maupun tantangannya di dalam pembelajaran di sekolah sudah dilakukan. Tetapi di Indonesia saya menemukan itu sangat jarang. Padahal kalau kita lihat continuous assessment ini sebagai salah satu prinsip assessment yang dikeluarkan oleh Kementerian Pendidikan dan Kebudayaan, yaitu assessment berkelanjutan. Assessment berkelanjutan. There is often a gap between theory and practice, where teacher understand the importance of CA but face difficulties in implementing is due to lack of resources and training. This study aims to address this gap by empirically evaluating the implementation of CA in senior high school and providing insight into teacher and student perception of the method. The novelty of this research lies in its comprehensive approach to identifying the respective challenges teachers face, as well as offering practical recommendations to enhance the effectiveness of CA in Indonesia. Research objective. The main objective of this study were threefold. The first one, to evaluate the implementation of continuous assessment in mathematics learning in senior high school. And the second, to identify teacher and student perception of continuous assessment implementation, to describe the challenges faced by teacher in implementation continuous assessment in senior high school. I use method in this research qualitative and quantitative actually. But in this session, I will be show to the audience that we use descriptive statistic. Yeah. We use descriptive statistic. To gather data, 47 mathematics teacher by using snowball sampling and 30 senior high school students in Malang. We use a close questionnaire with a 4-point Likert scale by using Google Form, adapted from World in 2016. And data analysis, we're using descriptive statistic, especially on percentage and mean, to describe three components of my research. And the finding of the research, actually there are we classify two finding. The first one, finding based on teacher perception. Based on teacher perception. Overall finding, for teacher perspective, continuous assessment is seen as a valuable tool for monitoring student progress over time. It allows teacher to evaluate and improve student comprehensive and competencies and on an ongoing basis. However, for this to be effective, professional development is crucial. Teachers need regular training to enhance their assessment skill. The main challenges teachers face include a lack of clear guidelines for implementing continuous assessment and the need for more professional training. Additionally, large class size, this is a traditional obstacle by the teacher in senior high school, make it difficult for teacher to consistently apply this form of assessment. Nah, hasil ini Bapak Ibu secara keseluruhan itu bisa ditunjukkan di dalam tabel-tabel yang ada di slide-slide yang dipresentasikan. Sebagai contoh misalkan, Bapak Ibu sekalian, sebetulnya di Indonesia itu sudah bagus ya. Misalkan tabel 1, on the table 1 itu ada 8 item untuk menggambarkan bagaimana teacher interpretation, teacher's view of continuous assessment in senior high school. Pertama contohnya di sini adalah dia menganggap bahwa continuous assessment involve the ongoing administration of written test and non-test. It's very good. Ini berbeda dengan temuan Walde ya. Walde mengatakan bahwa kalau di perguruan tinggi, ini bedanya, ini di sekolah. Kalau di perguruan tinggi, Walde tahun 2016 itu menemukan kalau di perguruan tinggi itu ternyata dosen-dosen itu melakukan continuous assessment itu lebih pada dominasi tes. Ya. Sedangkan di sekolah ini saya coba gali itu ternyata melalui formatif tes ya. Itu mereka menerapkan apa yang disebut dengan paper and pencil test, juga non-test ya, non-test seperti tugas gitu ya. Project dan lain sebagainya ya. Tetapi di tabel 1 itu Bapak Ibu sekalian, kalau keseluruhan bisa dilihat mostly ya, sebagian besar itu interpretasi dari guru terhadap implementasi continuous assessment di sekolah itu berada pada skala 3 dari 4 skala yang ada, dari 1 sampai 4 itu. Jadi kalau di rata-rata kurang lebih sekitar 3 ya, sekitar 3. Tetapi memang ada seperti yang saya sampaikan di pendahuluan tadi, beberapa guru di poin 7 dan 8 itu akan sangat terasa gitu ya. Bahwa apa? Dia mengatakan bahwa CA increases teachers workload gitu ya. Dan dia mengatakan yang setuju dan tidak setuju itu seimbang ya, 50%. Juga sama itu yang nomor 8 itu, yang item nomor 8 itu mengatakan bahwa continuous assessment itu memerlukan banyak sumber daya ya. Itu sangat terkait sebetulnya dengan nomor 7. Tetapi kalau dinyatakan bahwa continuous assessment itu memerlukan banyak waktu untuk mengimplementasikannya, ternyata guru juga setuju. Artinya memang 3 komponen utama dari 3 yang terakhir dari tabel 1 itu menggambarkan adanya keseriusan tantangan ya yang dihadapi guru. Tidak hanya di guru ya, termasuk dosen-dosen Pak Trias di perguruan tinggi itu ya. Jadi ketika menerapkan full assessment dengan prinsip-prinsip outcome based education for example ini, itu betapa susahnya gitu ya. Mengukur setiap capaian pembelajaran untuk setiap sub kompetensi yang ada gitu. Nah, itu umumnya kalau di perguruan tinggi itu kan ya kuis, kemudian UTS, UAS, tugas gitu ya. Nah, itu dilakukan pada beberapa waktu saja. Baik, berikutnya pada tabel 2 ya, pada tabel 2 itu menunjukkan bahwa bagaimana the level of teacher participation in workshop or seminar ya. Prepare to raise awareness about the implementation of continuous assessment. Mereka perspektifnya mengatakan sangat setuju. Tapi dalam kenyataannya Bapak Ibu sekalian, yang spesifik pada pelatihan-pelatihan yang terkait dengan asesmen di nasional itu masih sangat terbatas. Masih sangat terbatas. Bahkan kalau Bapak Ibu tahu di Jakarta itu dulu namanya ada pusat penilaian pendidikan. Itu kalau mau merekrut guru-guru untuk mengembangkan tes nasional itu betapa susahnya gitu. Betapa susahnya gitu. Ya. Kemudian yang kedua memang perlu dukungan ya. Manajemen sekolah, dari kepala sekolah utamanya atau dari lingkungan di sekolah itu untuk bagaimana melaksanakan continuous assessment ini secara baik. Oleh karena itu tadi dinyatakan di overall finding itu tadi saya menyatakan bahwa perlunya pedoman yang jelas bagaimana continuous assessment itu dilakukan. Walaupun dalam implementasinya sebetulnya guru sudah mengenal Continuous assessment itu ada reguler, setiap capaian pembelajaran itu dilaksanakan dengan menggunakan formative dan summative assessment. Ya, by using formative and summative assessment. Kemudian yang ketiga contohnya, ya lag yang ada di situ tabel 3 itu ada infrastruktur gitu ya, kemudian manual and guideline bagaimana mengimplementasikan continuous assessment, kemudian jumlah siswa yang banyak, walaupun sudah ada penurunan ya Bapak Ibu ya. Pada kurikulum sebelumnya itu sebelum tahun 2013 jumlah siswa per kelas kalau tidak salah 40 sampai 45 orang. Sekarang SMA dan SMP sudah 32 orang. Sebetulnya sudah turun ya jumlahnya, tetapi masih dianggap ada agak berat bagi guru untuk betul-betul menerapkan continuous assessment yang sebenarnya. Kemudian pada tabel 4 ini menggambarkan bagaimana teknik dari continuous assessment yang dilakukan guru. Nah, temuan yang menarik di sini, ternyata di senior high school, di SMA itu, yang paling rendah digunakan oleh guru kalau berkaitan dengan tugas produk. Jadi product work itu ternyata itu jarang guru menggunakan. Kenapa? Dia mengatakan pekerjaan mahasiswa yang berkolaborasi itu lebih banyak menggunakannya sebagai project, ya, sebagai project. Di samping tes-tes yang lain, tes tulis, tes lisan, ya, quiz, itu, assignment, gitu ya. Kemudian ada performance, gitu, ada field work, jadi ada Contohnya juga yang kedua adalah tugas lapangan, ya. Tugas lapangan itu memang kalau di matematik agak berat ya. Kalau sains mungkin ya cocok ya tugas lapangan. Tapi kalau matematik susah itu. Matematik tugas lapangan kalau zamannya Pak Habibie disuruh ngukur tinggi bendera kan gitu. Tinggi bendera gitu. Atau tinggi pohon kelapa gitu, tinggi pohon kelapa. Tugas-tugas lapangan memang terbatas. Tetapi sangat disayangkan tidak menggunakan ini Kemudian yang berikutnya tabel 5 ini adalah bagaimana feedback diberikan kepada siswa. Ya, ada pertanyaannya adalah is there detailed and timely feedback for student in relation to their continuous assessment? Yang menjawab yes itu ada 79%. Artinya guru secara periodik itu sebetulnya sudah memberikan feedback kepada siswanya. Walaupun masih ada guru kurang lebih 21% yang belum ya. Nah, tetapi kalau ditanya feedbacknya dalam bentuk apa gitu ya, dalam bentuk apa, itu dinyatakan di dalam setiap tugas yang diberikan itu 20% dari yang mengatakan iya tadi, 54%, artinya 20 dari 37. Atau ketika tes ya dikembalikan. Nah ini objeks yang disebut dengan transparan. Oke. Jadi itu Bapak Ibu sekalian. Kemudian the next finding related to student perception. The second finding related to student perception, overall finding student or on the other hand view continuous assessment positively. They see it as a method that helps track their competency development and motivate them to improve. Continuous assessment not only guide their learning process but also build their confidence and prepare them for future educational challenges. However, it's worth noting that while some teachers use diverse assessment method, peer and self-assessment practice are not yet widely integrated into the classroom environment. Jadi kalau hasil dari persepsi siswanya ini memang yang disoroti adalah di tingkat SMA itu memang sangat jarang menerapkan apa yang disebut dengan self and peer assessment. Sementara perspektif siswa secara keseluruhan terhadap implementasi continuous assessment yang dilakukan guru itu sangat positif to improve their competencies. Jadi kompetensi mereka itu dapat ditingkatkan secara terus-menerus. And the second one related to student perception, related to remedial teaching. Remedial teaching by using teacher to help student improve their capability. The next slide. Okay. Student perception. Okay. On the table 8, for example, teacher use different assessment technique like project, classwork, homework, group work, etc. regularly to assess us. Jadi siswanya merasa bahwa sebetulnya gurunya memberikan tugas-tugas yang sangat bagus kepada siswanya untuk selalu melihat progresnya. Tapi dalam kurikulum merdeka ya, nanti kurikulum merdeka banyak sekarang kan itu ya, kalau siswanya udah pulang ke sekolah jangan dikasih apa-apa gitu, jadi bingung gitu. Ya, nggak tahu sekarang ini ke depan dengan pergantian menteri baru ini ya. Ya. Kemudian student berpendapat ya, siswa berpendapat bahwa instructor atau guru, teacher, assess our progress in our day-to-day activities rather than at the end of the unit. Gambaran ini menunjukkan bahwa asesmen formatif itu lebih dominan daripada sumatif. Di beberapa sekolah bahkan sumatif sudah dihilangkan, ya sudah dihilangkan. Sebenarnya kalau menerapkan outcome-based education at senior high school or higher education, for example, summative assessment sudah nggak diperlukan lagi gitu ya, tidak diperlukan lagi. Yang diperlukan adalah formative assessment, formative assessment. Nah ini tabel 8 menunjukkan itu, student interpretation of implementation of continuous assessment. Based on the result, we continue with discussion. The next slide, please. Next. Okay. The finding indicate that teacher perceive continuous assessment as a vital mechanism for monitoring improving student competencies. This result, which is consistent with the literature that highlight the role of continuous assessment in fostering a deeper understanding of subject matter and promoting lifelong learning skill among students. For example, by Campbell Phillips et al. 2020, Davis 2023, McKimbilly and Kita 2019. And the second one, the study also highlight challenge faced by teacher in implementing continuous assessment, such as the lack of clear guideline and the need for ongoing professional training. This resonates with findings from other studies that have documented similar barriers. Sitole Diva and Mats Venger revealed that teachers often feel unprepared to implement continuous assessment due to inadequate planning and preparation. Jadi ini dikatakan bahwa karena ketidaksiapannya ya, ketidakcukupannya untuk mempersiapkan segala sesuatu yang terkait dengan pelaksanaan continuous assessment. Additionally, the study by Bate et al. Point out the dissonance between the intended goal of assessment program and the actual perception of student, indicating that misalignment can lead to confusion and ineffective implementation. Jadi berdasarkan faktor-faktor tadi itu, temuan BID juga mengatakan bahwa misalignment ya can lead to confusion and ineffective implementation. The third, Andrew et al. Highlight the importance of institutional support in sustaining educational practice, which can enhance ownership and continuity in assessment strategies. Nah, kaitannya dengan ini Bapak Ibu ya, yang ketiga ini kalau dikaitkan dengan kurikulum merdeka itu, banyak guru misalkan disibukkan dengan apa yang disebut dengan pelatihan-pelatihan sehingga banyak meninggalkan tugas-tugas mereka di kelas gitu. Nah, mungkin ini menjadi pertanyaan, bagaimana manajemen atau manajemen sekolah itu mensupport dari kegiatan pelatihan itu untuk spesifik pada keterampilan di bidang asesmen. And the fourth, the research indicate that students view continuous assessment as beneficial for tracking their competency development and fostering motivation. Jadi hasil ini menunjukkan bahwa karena merasa motivasi siswanya dapat meningkat di dalam pelaksanaan continuous assessment, maka diharapkan Bapak Ibu sebetulnya bagaimana continuous assessment ini dijaga terus dengan formative assessment itu untuk bisa terus-menerus meningkatkan kompetensi siswanya. This align with Augmented finding, which suggests that feedback from assessment can intrinsically motivate students and enhance their self-confidence. And the last, conclusion for this research, actually both teacher and student have a positive perception of continuous assessment implementation at senior high school. The second, ongoing professional training for teacher is essential to enhance assessment skill. And the third, implementation of continuous assessment face challenges such as large class size and lack of clear implementation guideline. That's all. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Prof. Syahudin, for delivering such a truly inspirational topic. So let's move on to the next speaker. So we are going to combine the Q&A sessions after the second speaker has finished their sessions. So without further ado, I'd like to invite the second speaker, Bapak Brian Ferman, PhD. Would you like to deliver the presentations right now? Are you ready, Brian? Sorry. Can you hear my voice? Yeah. Please, Brian, you may deliver the presentation. Thank you. We cannot hear your voice yet, Brian. Sorry. Would you please unmute?
I have it unmuted now. I was being held up in the technology. I hope you can all hear me now. Minta maaf kalau saya bicara dalam bahasa pasar, karena saya mengerti bahasa pasar. Dan dulu keynote speaker VCE UMM bilang, jangan bicara dalam bahasa slang. Begitu saya memikir, mungkin lebih baik kalau saya semua tahu saya dari Australia, dan kita bicara dalam bahasa Australia, bukan bahasa Inggris. Itu lain. Begitu ada pertanyaan dulu yang bilang kenapa harus bicara bahasa Inggris? Karena di semua orang di Australia biasanya tidak mengerti semuanya. Itu sedikit sulit. Tetapi saya mau bicara dengan semua presentasi hari ini karena ada beberapa pertanyaan yang penting. Yang pertama, saya memikir SDG itu sangat penting. Dan Dr. Dr. Aziz bilang education itu sedikit sulit untuk desa-desa yang tidak ada uang. Betul, itu sangat sulit. Saya memikir AI, AR, dan itu sulit untuk seorang yang tidak ada resources. Nah, saya memikir lebih baik kalau saya bicara dalam bahasa Inggris juga. Service learning is what I wish to talk about. Service learning is about doing projects in communities. Service learning is taking education out of the classroom and into the community. And this ability of taking learning out of the classroom and into community means that students gain a great deal from this experience, and I will discuss that under the project of Jodipan. But also communities, marginalised communities, gain significantly when the services are offered to those communities and have far-reaching implications for their well-being. So let me begin. Let me share my slide and start with I need to just get into this presentation for you from the beginning. I hope you can see my presentation. What I wish to talk about and what I wish to address is the power of service learning in the context of Jodipan. And I'm representing it today, an organisation that I belong with, AIARI, and it's an Institute of Applied Research. I'd like to share with you our initial paper that we delivered, and this was a paper published 1 month ago in the Journal of Resilient Economies, and it discusses the impact of tourism in the Jodipan example. And we all know that this is, well, when I say we all know, I heard that one participant had come from Yogyakarta, and that participant must have travelled like I did on the train from Yogyakarta to Malang. And it was in this situation where my colleague and I, Dr. Adam Vogue, looked out the window as the train arrived early in the morning and wondered what is going on here. And we decided to investigate this a little more, and we discovered that the very people we were going to talk to at the UMM were the very people that helped organise the painting of Jodipan. It's Jodipan, for the people that aren't familiar with it, was a village painted by students of UMM under the guidance of Jamroji and Supato, Associate Professor Supato, and also my colleague, Dr. Adam Vogue, and I, and our colleagues, wrote this paper to describe the economic benefits of this particular project on the community. We were astounded to realise that a local paint company donated paints. We were astounded to realise that even your defence forces got involved in painting the ceilings and the roofs of these villages. And what I need to do is bring all this together and say, this is an example of taking learning out of the classroom and putting it in the hands of the students. And so some of the conversation today around Guru, I'll go back. We're talking about a collaboration. We're talking about a local and international tourist attraction. But what are the benefits of something like this? Now, I'm going to just mention briefly that some of the benefits that we have about bringing education into community is that it fosters important relationships. It embeds students' learning in the real world. Some of the speakers today have been mentioning the importance of trying to get education that's relevant in the real world. And this is very much an important aspect of service learning projects. Also, it's incredibly important that students develop a sense of social responsibility because when they move into the real world and have to negotiate and work with communities and in partnership, they have to learn many skills associated with that activity. And so I'm really suggesting that this particular project has a great deal of benefit, but both from the education sector and the community sector. But it cannot exist without strong community engagement, and it cannot exist without universities prepared to engage closely with those communities. Now, I take on board the comments about Kampus Merdeka and mungkin tidak ada Kampus Merdeka yang terus, tetapi saya memikir kalau itu hanya nama yang lain, karena saya memikir Kampus Merdeka is here to stay. If you call it another name, that's okay. But what is important is to realise we now need to bring education into community. We now need students to learn in industry. We now need to learn, students need to be in charge of that learning, and that learning frees them to tailor their own learning and develop choice. And so universities will be confronted by some of these activities, and I will talk a little bit about that. But in relation to the, generally speaking, I'm already talking to people who are well familiar with service learning, but are probably less familiar with the impact that it might have in an educational sense. And I'm taking that point because we are accustomed to or familiar with learning that's guru-centered. And this activity is really student-focused, student agency-focused, and engaging in that context. So we need to be aware of the challenges that this provides. What are the impacts? Well, I would suggest to you tourism has been a major benefit of the Jodipan, the painting of the village. There is no doubt that there's been a significant change in community attitudes. There is no doubt that the community itself in Jodipan sees the benefit, both the social and cultural benefit of having their community being painted. There have been examples where some years back the government in the Regency of Malang was seeking to remove the slum community around the railway station, but Jodipan has changed that context significantly, and now that that area is seen as a culturally viable and ongoing tourist attraction from not just the national point of view, but also internationally. In fact, the Jodipan has been used as a backdrop to cinematic presentations, and the local government now conducts tours in and around the area of Jodipan. So, but I'll come back to the impact it has in the community. Mostly it's been women who have gained greatly from the tourist attractions. It is the women who are providing the directions and the guidance and looking after this as a tourist hub. So that therefore it has impacts on the SDGs, as was mentioned earlier in the presentation, the SDGs of education, but also of economic development. And so any opportunities to extend this development, and in fact, Jodipan has been the forefront of the participatory art movement in Indonesia of painting slums and turning them into attractions. These are well known, but what's not discussed and not highlighted enough is the impact it has educationally. And so students, we've been talking today about global citizenry, but let's spend a moment to reflect on what that is. Well, that is what our previous speaker just mentioned, numeracy. The simple fact of painting is a numerical activity, but I would suggest teamworks, working with others, developing, solving problems. The previous speaker mentioned problem solving, but a problem solving in a grander scale when you start to paint an entire slum. And I would suggest educationally, the students who engaged in this project had to negotiate with the community and had to recognise where that community was coming from, what resources they had, how would it impact on them. All of these social and corporate responsibility that is required in industry comes through a project like Jodipan. So its impacts, and I can see the screen. Put your hand up if you've been through a guided tour of the Jodipan area. Just pop your hand up, and I will be able to see whether you've been a participant of this. I can see a couple of hands going up. That's good. All right, so I want to move on. There are challenges, and I'm not going to say there are not. The first obvious one is curriculum reform. Clearly, we have to move away, as I've indicated, from a guru-centred approach to a student-centred approach. And that process requires that we are looking at how we begin, as the previous speaker said, continuous assessment, but let the student be part of that continuous assessment. Let it be students that are defining what it is that they need in the 21st century for skill development. Let it be let it be them taking agency and control over their learning. This confronts us as educators because we've always thought that we were the people passing the knowledge. But if we begin to say, actually, we're the people that are facilitating learning, that's our role, facilitate learning. Where that takes place is really negotiable. So we've got to look at our new ways of teaching and learning, and based on not based on knowledge as in the past. And I was overwhelmed when I saw the AR impact in the classroom of having animals wander through classrooms. I thought that presentation was really quite remarkable. But also the use of AI technologies, I wanted to bring up that, yes, it has an impact on higher education, impacting knowledge and assessment. But the issue I have is the one that Dr. Aziz mentioned about the equity issues. We must be aware of the impact of these equity issues. Alone we can do so little, but together we can do so much. And this is Helen Keller's view. I'm firmly of the view that Asian countries develop these amazing skills in applied learning and research, and creating and sharing this is an important aspect of the way forward for us. So in the process of looking at applied learning, we must say, well, applied learning is a process of learning by doing, where practical experience is the key. How do we introduce a process where there's facilitation of learning that's practical, and that may not be staying in the classroom. That may require us, or in AR's point of view, the artificial animals come into the class, but leaving that aside, finding ways of taking learning out of the classroom. Now, applied research really applies to trying to solve problems that are real-world problems, meeting SDG goals. That example is clearly evident when we look at Jodipan and other variations of service learning, which can include students going into villages and teaching. And it can include digitalizing the Malang Museum so that everyone in the world can see what's inside the Malang Museum. Creating new and innovative ways to work and learn, that's what we're about. So we need to focus on how we can continually improve the culture of openness and respect and trustworthiness with our institutions leading the way into communities, into industries, etc. So I know it's been a long day. You've had a long set of conversations via the internet. Minta maaf kalau itu sedikit sulit. Saya tahu itu. But finally, this is what we do. We encourage collaborative conversations. We are looking at our publications are on our website, but more importantly, we're looking at, and this was raised today, how do we begin to train teachers and educators so that they can prepare well for working in communities? So we're offering the opportunity to get accredited training from the United Kingdom and delivering in training and education for people that want to pursue this end goal. Equally, we're comfortable partnering in research topics around service learning, and you'll find a little bit of information about that on our website. You will find that I think you can see our website clearly on the screen. That's how you'll find more information about this. I am from James Cook University. However, I'm a co-chair of the ARIA, and we along with Associate Professor Supato. So we would welcome any emails and any contact regarding any research, any applied learning activities that you might wish to share with us and put on our website. Equally, if you want to look at our professional development, please go ahead and do so. I made mine a little shorter because I'm aware of mungkin ada atau kopi sekarang, ya. Oh, hang on. Oh, sorry. I meant to say, and they were our references, and you can find our articles on our website.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Please give a big round of applause to both of our speakers today. Thank you to both of our esteemed speakers. Now, I would like to give a summary of both of their presentations. The first one from Prof. Syaifuddin, he delivered the principles of continuous assessment in mathematics learning and the impact of assessment on the development of the students' competence. As for the second one, Brian has delivered a quite fascinating topic about how community collaborations and partnerships of various stakeholders in Jonipan or Kampung Warna-Warni has been able to transform, even provide sustainability and improve the well-being of slums or marginalized area in Malang. So let us moving on to the next session, which is Q&A session. So we'd like to invite at least a questions or two from the participants. Okay. Ibu, yeah.
Okay, to Brian. What is the role of the Australian government in the regulation and development of the ethical and responsible AI technology in high school learning? Now for the Bapak siapa tadi ya? Ya, maaf. Guru mathematics teachers ya in Indonesia ini kan kayak momok, Pak. Ditakuti ya. Apalagi your statement said that teachers education mathematics teachers like product 20%. So my question, just a minute. How does this study contribute to the growing body of research on the effectiveness of continuous assessment in mathematics, particularly in the high school context? The second, how can these findings inform the design and implementation of sustainable assessment strategies in mathematics in the future? Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu, for the questions. Brian, would you like to...
Perkenalkan, saya Bu Lucy dari Universitas Wijaya Kusuma, Surabaya.
Thank you, Ibu Lucy, for the questions. Brian, would you like to answer the question right away?
Yeah. Look, I'm happy to give a response. The Australian government supports the Indonesian government in its activities. So I'm going to refer back to how the Australian government might impact on some of the discussion points that I raised. And so the Australian government supports BRIN, and I don't know where BRIN will end up under the new government, but wherever BRIN ends up, with a knowledge economy. Australian government is supporting the impact of how do we harvest and manifestly improve the quality of education, particularly in the NTT. So Australian government does have a focus toward NTT. And however, the knowledge project, which is really trying to support researchers develop the skills that are needed to conduct, to write papers in English journals. And I would like to mention that that is in fact a very good reason for why Indonesians need to develop a more scholarship toward how they might be able to write articles that get published in Scopus-related journals. And that's an important, and the language of English, academic English, is quite different from, I would say, bahasa pasar.
Yeah, thank you, Brian. Is that answering your questions, Bu Lucy? Yeah, thank you. Prof. Syahbudin would like to answer the question. Thank you.
Lucy, sebetulnya hasil penelitian ini memberikan kontribusi yang sangat bagus untuk meningkatkan kualitas asesmen di sekolah. Ya. Jadi kalau ditanya apa strateginya gitu, I propose some strategies to improve assessment quality in implementation of continuous assessment at senior high school. The first one, for example here, sustainability training in the field of assessment for teacher, for example. Dalam konteks ini memang I have some experience related to sustainability training. Saya melakukan training 2 tahun di salah satu SMP di Kota Batu, Malang itu, baru guru memiliki kompetensi asesmen yang sebenarnya. Gitu. Jadi memang butuh waktu yang panjang, tetapi kalau ini dilakukan secara kontinu, berkelanjutan untuk asesmen ini saya kira sangat bagus. Itu the first strategies. And the second strategies is how the teacher using self and peer assessment in implementing of continuous assessment. Dalam konteks ini memang membiasakan siswa untuk menilai kompetensinya sendiri itu sangat penting. Karena salah satu ciri dari one of characteristic of assessment approach is assessment as learning. Assessment as learning is focused on student competencies to evaluate their own capability in mathematics. Juga sama dengan peer assessment itu. Jadi tukar menukar jawaban, kemudian untuk direview, memberikan feedback, tidak hanya gurunya tapi juga siswa yang lain. Nah, bedanya kalau di Horizontal School dengan di perguruan tinggi itu, kalau di perguruan tinggi sudah diterapkan peer and self assessment. Tapi kalau di sekolah itu sangat jarang. Karena kalau ditanya ke gurunya itu memang siswa nanti kesulitan untuk memberikan feedback kepada temannya misalkan, atau untuk mengevaluasi dirinya apakah sudah benar atau salah terhadap kompetensi yang dimiliki. Kemudian yang ketiga memang the third strategies to improve quality of continuous assessment at senior high school, the need for assessment guide to implementing continuous assessment. Selama ini belum ada panduan yang sifatnya clear, praktik dapat dipraktekkan secara langsung pelaksanaan continuous assessment itu. Continuous assessment itu dalam konteks penilaian formatif itu digunakan karena guru dituntut bahwa menilai itu tidak hanya hasil tetapi proses. Tidak hanya hasil tapi proses. Oleh karena itu kalau 3 strategi ini diterapkan, maka kontribusi apa yang dihasilkan dari penelitian ini untuk kompetensi guru ke depan dan pelaksanaannya itu sangat membantu sekolah. Saya kira itu dulu sih, terima kasih.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Syafudin. So do you have other questions? Okay, I think that concludes our Q&A sessions. So thank you to both of our speakers today. I hope these valuable insights will be beneficial to our knowledge. So after this, thank you to all of the participants for your engagement. And our sessions has been concluded. So let's take a break after this for an hour, and please join us for the next event. Without further ado, I'd like to say thank you for your participations, and see you next time. I'll give it back to the MC. Thank you, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yes, waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Wira. Thank you, Prof. Syaifuddin, also Mr. Brian. We would like to hand over the certificate to Prof. Syaifuddin. So we would like to invite Mr. Brahmi to come to the stage as the head of the committee to hand over the certificate for our invited speaker. Yes, let's take a look, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Brahmi is handing over the certificate to Prof. Syaifuddin. And we also would like to share the online certificate to our invited speaker, Mr. Brian Fairman. The certificate is yours. Thank you very much for joining this conference to be the invited speaker of today's conference. Thank you. Terima kasih Bapak dan Ibu. Please have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, after this we have 60 minutes for duhur prayer and also lunch break, so you can enjoy the lunch as well. And please go back to the room. Each room. Baik, kita foto bersama dulu sebelum nanti makan siang Bapak dan Ibu. So I would like to invite you to come in front of the stage. We would like to take a picture together before we go for our lunch and also break time. Oke, Bapak Ibu peserta boleh berdiri di tempatnya masing-masing. Ya, boleh berdiri di tempatnya masing-masing. Pak Brahmi, Ibu Fardini, Bu Woro, monggo. Pak Tommy. Oke, please bisa berdiri di tempatnya masing-masing. Iya, Ibu. Yes, fotografernya bisa naik ke atas panggung, kita ambil dari depan. Bapak Dekan UWK, monggo bisa bergabung juga berada di depan Bapak. And also seluruh pemateri, Prof. Puji, Prof. Syaifuddin. Bisa turut serta bergabung di depan, silakan. Oke, Bapak Ibu sudah siap? Boleh diangkat tangannya tinggi-tinggi? Hati-hati nyapluk sebelahnya. Oke, are you ready? Silakan Prof. Oke, kita akan berfoto dalam hitungan 3, 2, 1. One more please. 3, 2, 1. Baik, terima kasih Bapak dan Ibu sekalian. Boleh love UMM sekali lagi. Kita bentuk love UMM. Oke. Sekali lagi hadap ke kamera. Video ya, berarti kita akan bilang we love UMM. Oke. Siap semuanya, 3, 2, 1. We love UMM. Terima kasih, boleh tepuk tangan semuanya Bapak Ibu. Terima kasih banyak. Sampai bertemu lagi 1 jam lagi Bapak dan Ibu. Kami persilahkan untuk langsung menuju ke paralel roomnya masing-masing yang ada di meeting room bawah. Nanti jika ada yang kurang jelas bisa langsung bertanya kepada Bapak dan Ibu panitia yang bertugas. Terima kasih banyak, selamat beristirahat. Enjoy the lunch. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sekali lagi Bapak dan Ibu, kami ingatkan jangan lupa untuk nanti pukul 2 siang langsung menuju ke